Chapter 618. A mortal evil hero, relying on a magical treasure, now wanted to challenge Xiao Han in order to ruthlessly suppress and ravage Xiao Han, and a large number of immortals were supporting him from behind. This seemed to be a grudge between mortals, but in reality, it also involved the scheming between immortals. And Xiao Han, naturally, would not be afraid of a mortal. Even an extremely powerful immortal like Son of Heaven died in Xiao Han's hands. This was an absolutely heaven-defying growth for Xiao Han's state of mind. Not to mention a mere mortal, even if there were immortals present who came out to make things difficult for Xiao Han would absolutely not be afraid. He reckless thing, actually jumping out to seek death. Deep in Xiao Han's heart, traces of tyrannical killing intent rose. He forcibly restrained himself and looked at the square-faced evil hero with a cold smile. If you want to die, I, Xiao Han, will send you on your way, arrogant. The square-faced sly devil felt Xiao Han's contempt. His entire person erupted with a lava-like rage. The resentment and hatred that had accumulated in his heart over the years completely broke out. His facial features shifted, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices as he roared. Back then, you were this arrogant. You killed my master. I still remember your expression. Back then, you still had this cold smile, still so arrogant, looking down on the world. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Xiao Han, your current strength is worse than dog shit, yet you still have this kind of face. Ridiculous. After a pause, the square-faced evil hero smiled faintly. Xiao Han, if the immortals beside you don't mind, we can fight to the death. After saying that, his gaze also looked at Jia Lanzi and the other immortals. He bowed slightly and said, Immortals. You have also heard Xiao Han's arrogance. Originally, this lowly one only wanted to defeat Xiao Han and teach him a lesson, but Xiao Han wants to fight to the death with this lowly one. Immortals, what do you say? Oh. Jia Lanzi said with a faint smile. Mortal, what do you mean? This lowly one and Xiao Han have an irreconcilable hatred. This lowly one naturally agrees with Xiao Han. A fight to the death. Where there is me, there is no him. Where there is him, there is no me. The square-faced evil hero roared loudly. The corners of Jia Lanzi's eyes twitched. Then, he looked calmly at Xing Qinzi in the distance. Hello, son of the stars. It's been years since we last met, and you look even more elegant than before. Back in the immortal world, we had a little conflict, but now that I'm here, we can let bygones be bygones. You should be the one supporting this mortal from behind. Then, what do you say about his battle to the death with Xiao Han? I, Sun Xing Qinzi, naturally have no objections. Sun Xing Qinzi stared coldly at Jia Lanzi. Jia Lanzi, I'm afraid that when Xiao Han is tortured to death, you'll go back on your word. Xiao Han only sneered when he heard the conversation. It was obvious that the master of Xing Qinzi and the square-faced swordsman were certain that they had Xiao Han in their grasp. The only thing they were thinking about was how to prevent Jia Lanzi from going berserk after killing Xiao Han. How could I, Jia Lanzi, be such a despicable person? Jia Lanzi smiled lightly. Fine. Since you agree to fight, son of the stars, then I, Jia Lanzi, will accompany you. I hope you won't fly into a rage after this mortal dies. Cut the crap. The master of Xing Qinzi said to the square-faced swordsman with a sinister smile. Since you've said so, and there are so many witnesses here, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. That's enough. Kill your enemy. Remember, be quick. Yes. The square-faced swordsman trembled with excitement. At the same time, some immortals sent voice transmissions to the master of Xing Qinzi. Son of the stars, something doesn't seem right. Look at Jia Lanzi, he's so fearless. I'm afraid, that's right, son of the stars. If we fail and that guy is killed by Xiao Han, then our spots to enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will be gone. Before entering the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, all the spots were still in the bodies of the swordsmen who had obtained the immortal keys. Once the swordsman died, the immortal keys would explode, and the spots would be gone. Son of the stars, think about it carefully. Don't overreach yourself. Let's just bear with it for now. Xiao Han's attitude is too domineering and vile. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is about to open. Don't let anything go wrong at the critical moment. When these mortals are useless, we can kill them at will. Xiao Han and the likes can be squashed with a finger. Now that he's jumping around, let him jump around. Shut up, the master of Xing Qinzi said angrily. Things have already come to this. If we take a step back, we'll be laughed at by Jiao Lanzi. Moreover, I have a very high opinion of that mortal. He'll have no problem killing Xiao Han. Of this, I can completely guarantee it. In the end, Jiao Lanzi will be the one to suffer, not us. Let's do it, the master of Xing Qinzi shouted at the square-faced swordsman. Xiao Han. Come out and die. The square-faced swordsman pointed at Xiao Han, his face filled with the thrill of revenge. Heh. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and he floated into the air, facing the square-faced swordsman from afar. On this floating continent, countless gazes, the gazes of mortals and immortals, gathered on them. As for the mortals and immortals on Xiao Han's side, they didn't show any emotions from beginning to end. They just watched quietly. Heh. Since you want to jump out and court death, then don't blame me for being too murderous. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Your cultivation level is only at the level of a tower master. With your current strength, it's far from enough. And you're in such a hurry to kill me, I think you have something to rely on. Oh right, you should have some sort of magical treasure or immortal item, right? Use them all. Ha 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 ha. You're still pretending to be calm. The square-faced swordsman now had an expression of having the power to kill. Xiao Han. You don't have to force yourself. Ha 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 ha. Sword immortal puppet, come out. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, 10,000 rays of immortal light shot out from the square-faced swordsman's body. Then, it condensed into a human figure. It was a white-clothed man with a sword on his back. A young man with an extremely fierce aura. However, this young man's body didn't have any aura of life. There was only a fierce, invincible sword aura that pierced the heavens. This sword aura was definitely not a sword aura that a mortal could cultivate. It was the aura of a sword immortal. This sword aura was the aura of a sword immortal. With just a slight release, it caused all the mortals standing on this continent to feel their blood run cold. Moreover, some immortals also let out surprised discussions. What a powerful magical treasure. Rare. Truly rare. Could this sword immortal puppet have been obtained by this mortal from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? Magical treasures are rare. What's even more rare is that this mortal could actually refine this magical treasure so perfectly. Look at this sword immortal puppet's aura. It's incomparably compatible with this mortal's soul aura. This allowed this mortal to control the sword immortal puppet. He can control it as he pleases, as if it were his arm, and he can unleash the greatest degree of attack power. Xiao Han is dead for sure. This time, Xiao Han is definitely dead. This sword immortal puppet's attack power is definitely enough to kill an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han is just a mortal. One slash and he'll be turned into powder. Ha 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 ha. Xing Qinzi let out a proud and sinister smile as he looked at Jiao Lanzi. He teased. Brother Jiao Lanzi, how is it? This mortal that I've trained is not bad, right? This mortal's soul and fate are very compatible with this sword immortal puppet. This should be the perfect state for a mortal to refine an immortal treasure. Ha 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 ha. Oh right, after Xiao Han dies, don't be angry out of shame. Moreover, with Xiao Han's death, you'll lose the chance to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Aya, what a pity, what a pity. Everything was prepared and I wanted to go in to explore, but in the end, it was all just an illusion. But it doesn't matter, Brother Jiao Lanzi, I'll bring you a few small gifts. Ha 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 ha. To be able to make Jia Lanzi suffer a loss, this Xing Chenzi was extremely proud and elated. Xiao Han, now I'll let you die knowing. The square-faced demon had an awe-inspiring expression. This sword immortal puppet, according to my soul, can now display the ultimate attack power of a level 1 true immortal. Remember, it's a sword immortal among level 1 true immortals. Hee, perhaps, Xiao Han, you still don't understand, but sword immortals, among immortals of the same level, have the strongest attack power. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, now, I sentence you to death. Master. Disciple has avenged you. Watch and see. Suddenly, the sword immortal puppet slowly stretched out its right hand and pulled out the immortal sword. Keng, the sword's cry was like a dragon's cry. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be sucked out. However, there was no sword chi spilling out. All the sword chi condensed on the sword immortal puppet's right hand. Xiao Han is dead. He's going to die soon. I really didn't expect that Xiao Han, a hero of his generation, the most powerful existence among mortals, would die here today for no reason. What do you mean by no reason? It's because Xiao Han has committed too many sins. He killed so many people in the past, and now he's being killed. This is called coming out to mingle. Sooner or later, he'll have to pay for it. Boom! Finally, a sword chi shot towards Xiao Han. This was an extremely condensed sword chi. This was the sword chi that represented the strongest attack of a level 1 true immortal. One sword chi that could freeze the world. However, Xiao Han didn't move at all. He didn't dodge at all. In the blink of an eye. Pooh! This sword chi slashed onto Xiao Han's body without holding anything back. Ha 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 ha, it's almost like scratching an itch. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Han was actually unscathed. His expression was relaxed and he laughed mockingly. That's right, a special dual attribute immortal body, a level 2 immortal body, with an offensive and defensive strength of 40 immortal dragons, dealing with a level 1 true immortal sword chi was a piece of cake. The next moment, boom, Xiao Han's body moved, and the surrounding wind and thunder surged. In a thousandth of a second, he had already rushed to the side of the square-faced demon warrior. Don't kill him. Stop. The group of immortals, led by the Son of Stars, let out heart-wrenching cries in a split second. However, bang! Bang! Xiao Han threw 2 punches, smashing the square-faced demon warrior into pieces. At the same time, the sword immortal puppet also exploded. Is there anyone else who wants to die? I, Xiao Han, will send him on his way, Xiao Han said with a bitter smile. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. To be continued. Chapter 619. Aside from Jia Lanzi and Wu Hao, all the other immortals and mortals were stunned by Xiao Han's performance and couldn't control themselves. He allowed the sword energy, which was equivalent to a level 1 true immortal's attack, to land on his body as if nothing had happened. Then, he killed his opponent with 1 punch and destroyed the sword immortal puppet with another. Among mortals, this kind of strength couldn't be described as strong or weak. It could only be described as heaven-defying. Even some of the immortals present wouldn't dare to take a blow from the sword immortal puppet without using defensive treasures. Moreover, Xiao Han had killed the square-faced fiend with lightning speed and destroyed the sword immortal puppet with 1 punch. This was extremely abnormal. After all, the sword immortal puppet was refined with special materials from the immortal world and couldn't be destroyed so easily. However, it had been destroyed by Xiao Han with 1 punch. This was truly monstrous. Furthermore, Xiao Han's attack speed was so fast that it was too late for Xing Chen and the other immortals to help the square-faced fiend. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had successfully killed his opponent. The pieces of the square-faced fiend's corpse fell to the ground, and the sound of an immortal key shattering could be heard from inside his body. At the same time, Xiao Han put the sword immortal puppet into his storage ring. Although the puppet had been destroyed, it was still an immortal treasure that had been created by absorbing natural treasures. It could be used to refine the demon monarch left arm and nourish it, Is there anyone else who wants to die? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled up in an incomparably arrogant smile. His gaze swept across the crowd. All the mortals who had a deep grudge against Xiao Han and had been yelling about killing him now felt their hearts turn as cold as water. They lowered their heads in fear. Roar! Xiao Han! Xing Chen and the other immortals cried out as if their parents had just passed away. Each and every one of them burned with fury and killing intent. A tornado exploded from their bodies, ready to tear Xiao Han apart. How dare you kill him, Xiao Han? Die! The son of the stars was thoroughly enraged, and was about to pounce on Xiao Han. Enough, snorted Jiao Lanzi. With a wave of his hand, a gentle aura spread out, completely dispelling Xing Chenzi and the other immortals' violent auras. There's an agreement. No matter who dies in the fight between Xiao Han and that mortal, we immortals will not interfere. Son of the star, I hope you can maintain the demeanor of an immortal. I, Jiao Lanzi, can only accompany you. Jiao Lanzi. The son of stars gnashed his teeth. However, he was still afraid of Jiao Lanzi. The son of the stars took a deep look at Xiao Han and said in a sinister voice. Remember this, Xiao Han. I, the son of the stars, have made this enmity between us. Don't expect Jiao Lanzi to protect you forever. Sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead. Hovering between life and death. With that said, Xingchenzi drove away dozens of mortals and gave them the spots to enter the second level of the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor Treasure Vault. It was directly taken away. Xiao Han directly returned to his own camp. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're very fierce, Dongfang Qin chuckled. Just a piece of trash, Xiao Han smiled indifferently. At this moment. Boom! 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 The Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor's lair, that black planet, let out a rumbling sound. Wriggle. Burst forth. Poochie. 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 Among them. The sounds of restrictions and formations shattering and disintegrating rang out one after another. It's about to open. The second level of the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor Treasure Vault is about to open. Some immortals could not help but exclaim, but they quickly held their breaths. Brother Jiao Lanzi, it's opening. It's about to open. Xiao Han's eyes focused, his mental power completely concentrated as he shouted to Jiao Lanzi beside him. Yes, Jiao Lanzi's voice was also trembling. Xiao, soon, the interior of the black planet bloomed with light. It was an extremely glorious light that made people want to worship it. In this supreme light, there were fiery trees and silver flowers, the never-night sky, the heavenly palace, the golden light of treasures. It was a spectacular sight. On the black planet, one world after another appeared as if they were viewing flowers on horseback. Furthermore, it was clear that it was emanating the glow of countless immortal items and treasures, as well as the aroma of countless immortal pills. There were also numerous magical treasures being born and destroyed, as well as innumerable Taoist texts, maps, scriptures, and secret manuals. Treasure. The aura of the treasure was circulating. After the restrictions were gradually lifted, the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure finally showed the tip of the iceberg to the world. It was just the tip of the iceberg, but countless immortals stared at it as if it was a dream. Too great. This treasure. Too great. Ah. This is the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure. The treasures contained in it are far beyond our imagination. If we enter the core layer, then... I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. Some immortals were completely shocked. As for mortals, they could not even breathe normally. Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on it. However, the thoughts swirling in his mind made him stand out from the rest of the immortals and mortals present. I refined the purple immortal key and obtained a trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense, and was told that I would be taken care of. Does that mean that I have the highest chance of obtaining the most precious part of the treasures in the second layer? and even have an advantage over these immortals? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's heart was burning. He could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. It's not just the treasure. There's also a great and vast aura of civilization. Jiao Lanzi was also extremely shocked. This should be the most precious treasure in the entire universe. The lost treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The immortal emperor with the most treasures in the immortal world, and almost the strongest immortal emperor. Finally, he has shown his true face. At this moment, ha 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 ha, living beings who desire to obtain my life's treasures, we meet again. Ha 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 ha, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's desolate, heroic, and supreme voice came from the Black Planet. Under this voice, any mortal was like an ant. They were like ants. Even the immortals present were trembling in their bones. Under this voice, all living beings on the floating continent felt the desire to submit and worship. However, it seemed that Xiao Han was an exception. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense was in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han had relied on his own willpower and courage to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's recognition in the cruel competition in the Genius Zone. Therefore, he did not feel such a strong deterrence now. Silence. It was as if Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was the only thing left in the boundless universe. Welcome, adventurers. Welcome to my planet once again. My lair is divided into 4 layers. The first layer is only for mortals under 10,000 years old, and is called the Genius Zone. Immortals who enter will die without a doubt. Now, you will face the second layer of my treasure. There are no obstacles for immortals in the second layer. Immortals can obtain a place to enter the second layer through the immortal keys that mortals have refined into their bodies. Now, there must be a large number of immortals among you. Ha ha ha, but the spatial barrier between the celestial realm and the mortal realm is too weak to allow immortals who are too powerful to descend. If I'm not wrong, there are a large number of level 1 and level 2 true immortals among you. More than level 2 true immortals. I'm afraid they won't be able to descend. It doesn't matter. Whether immortals or mortals, as long as they enter the second layer of my treasure, they will have a chance to obtain treasures. If the first layer of my treasure is only open to mortals, and the immortals don't care about the treasures in it, then the treasures in the second layer are enough to make immortals drool. It's not arrogant to say that many of the treasures in the second layer of my treasure will be taken to the celestial realm by level 5 and level 6 true immortals. The treasures in the second layer are enough to make level 5 and level 6 true immortals go crazy. As long as the level 1 and level 2 true immortals who descend obtain some of the treasures in the second layer, their status will definitely skyrocket when they return to the celestial realm, and they will be valued by their sections. Most of the treasures in the second layer can be used as the cornerstone treasures of ordinary sects in the celestial realm. There was absolutely no exaggeration when these words came from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mouth. They were absolutely convincing. Countless immortals' hearts began to race, and they almost couldn't hold it in. Oh my God. Any random treasure in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is enough to make level 5 and level 6 true immortals fight for it. It can become the cornerstone treasure of an ordinary sect. It's too terrifying. Yes, you don't have to doubt my words. My wealth is not something you can imagine. Let me put it this way. The level 1 and level 2 true immortals who descend are considered the weakest existences in the celestial realm. However, if you obtain any of the treasures in the second layer of my treasure, you can definitely establish your own sect when you return to the celestial realm. It won't be a problem to establish some small sects. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said confidently. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words were like a cardiac stimulant. It made all the immortals envious and jealous. Countless illusions and dreams appeared in their minds. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. Xiao Han retained some of his sobriety. He looked around at the countless immortals' eyes and sneered in his heart. Yes, the treasures are precious. That's right, but you need to be alive to take them and enjoy them. Don't be fooled by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's extravagant words. Some of the rules in the second layer are definitely extremely cruel. The Genius Zone is a good example. Countless elites of the human race fell there. Although he thought so, Shao Han was absolutely not afraid at all. Shao Han had already given up. Anyway, there was a huge seed of disaster in his heart that might explode one day. He might as well fight for his life before it exploded. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was eloquent. Listen, the treasures in the second layer are already very tempting, right? Ha ha ha, the third and fourth layer will make you go completely crazy. The treasures in the third and fourth layer are dreams to you. Extravagant hopes. However, I will also give you this opportunity this time. As long as you perform well in the second layer, or if you are extremely lucky, you will have the opportunity to enter the third layer, or even the core fourth layer. Of course, if you want to obtain it, you need to pay and take risks. Logically speaking, even if my treasures are destroyed, I should not give them to others for free. However, I am being very kind, but I will not let you have it so easily. For example, in the second layer, I have made my own rules. If you want to find treasures, you need to compete. Fierce and cruel competition. Even bloody competition. When the time comes, there will be unavoidable deaths. Mortals die. Immortals fall. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Come in if you have the guts. Now, in the second layer, there will be some of my remnant divine thoughts that will communicate with the mortal heroes who obtained the immortal keys in the Genius Zone. Then, according to the quota, you will enter the second layer of my treasure. As soon as he finished speaking. Puff. 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 Countless dense, misty rays of light burst out from the planet. These misty rays of light instantly enveloped the continent. Countless rays of light shot into the body of the mortal heroes who had refined the immortal keys. Immediately activated. Brother Jialan, sect leader, eldest senior brother, let's enter. Shao Han's mind moved. Boom boom boom, halos of light immediately emerged from Shao Han's body, directly enveloping the person he was pointing at. Wang wang wang, in an instant, Shao Han and all the people he brought disappeared from this continent. At the same time, all the mortals and immortals standing on the continent quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge continent, hundreds of thousands of immortals and mortals, all disappeared. All entered the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Chapter 620. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. In the entire universe, even in the immortal world, it was the largest and most precious treasure. After 10 years, it was once again open to the world. The second level. All the mortals and immortals had entered. It was a misty world. There was chaos everywhere, and every inch of space was filled with the mysterious power of laws. This is. After Shao Han teleported in, he immediately felt that there was no one else around him. When he extended his spiritual power, he found that his surroundings were empty, and he was at a loss. Jiao Lanzi, Tao Tai, Black and White, the group of immortals, as well as Wu Bai, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, had completely lost contact with Shao Han. Sect Master. Eldest Senior Brother. Senior Brother Fong Ling. Senior Brother Dong Fong. Shao Han was slightly panicked as he shouted. There was no response. Shao Han became increasingly anxious. After all, the sect master and his senior brothers were only at the tower master level. In the mortal world, they could gain a foothold, but once they encountered immortals, death was the only outcome. Previously, when Shao Han killed the square-faced demon, he had offended many immortals. Shao Han was now afraid that the sect master and his senior brothers, as well as the other mortals in his plane, would encounter those unfriendly immortals and be implicated in their anger, leading to a disaster of death. After a few breaths, Shao Han forced himself to calm down, and with a thought, he sensed with his soul. Vaguely, he sensed the life auras of Yan Lang and the 5 slaves. Phew, Shao Han heaved a sigh of relief. The connection between master and servant was closely related to the soul. Therefore, even in such an environment, Shao Han could still sense the life and death of his slaves. Fortunately, they were all alive. However, he felt as if these slaves were in a different space from him. It was as if they were in a different space. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is really strange, Xiao Han muttered in his heart. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came from the chaos. He let out a long roar, ha 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 ha, welcome to the second level of my treasure. Now, everyone feels very strange about your situation, right? My immortal force has split this space into countless sections. Every single one of you who enters will be in a separate section. Therefore, you won't be able to find me. I can even sense other intruders. Of course, you don't have to be nervous or afraid. I won't stoop to harming you. Then, let's begin. The rules of the second floor are still set by me. From this moment on, all of you will become this emperor's playthings. Of course, as the price, you will have the opportunity to obtain a great treasure. The rules of the second floor are split into two parts. The first part is the preliminaries. It's a duel in the arena. I've already scanned the second floor with my divine will. There are 287,987 mortals, and 176,554 immortals. Now, only the mortals and immortals are left. It was divided into 10 regions. Each region had tens of thousands of people. However, only 100 people could survive in each region. This is the budget competition. Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart turned cold. Hundreds of thousands of people. Divided into 10 regions, and each region had tens of thousands of people. However, only 100 people could survive in each region. This means that out of hundreds of people, only one person could survive. It's too cruel. It's too cruel, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. A survival rate of less than 1 in 100. Ha ha ha, do you think it's cruel? Ha 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 ha. It's indeed cruel to you, but it's just a small game to me. To an immortal emperor, a mortal's life is indeed too insignificant and insignificant. As for low-level immortals, they aren't superior in any way. Thus, your seemingly cruel elimination is really just a small game to me. It's cruel, but the rewards are huge. Remember, in this world, whether it's the mortal world or the immortal world, if you want to gain, you have to pay. The more you gain, the more you have to pay. Risk and reward are always proportional. There's nothing for free. In this world, there's nothing for free. Hearing this, Xiao Han asked himself and realized that this was indeed the case in the world. For example, he was parasitized by the demon god's egg when he was young and had many fortuitous encounters. His cultivation broke through again and again, and he was now an invincible figure in the mortal world. However, didn't he have to pay? One had to know that the demon god's egg and soul could devour Xiao Han at any time. Possession. To be honest, Xiao Han could die at any time. This was what he had to pay. With his life as the price. In the preliminary competition, there will be 10 regions, and each region will have 100 people. There will be a total of 1,000 people who will participate in the arena competition. There are some rules in the preliminary competition. Now, I'll take some of the treasures, immortal arts, secret manuals, precious immortal pills, immortal armors, and immortal armors from the second floor and fuse them into your bodies. However, these treasures won't be given to you immediately. On the contrary, these treasures will have my restrictions and seals on them. Once they are integrated into your bodies, you won't be able to refine them. If you want to refine the treasures, you have to kill your opponent. Every time you kill an opponent, you'll receive some refined energy that will be fed back into your body to refine the treasures inside. At the same time, you'll strip the opponent of their treasures. For example, someone who has a weapon of mine inside of them, but can't use it. It's sealed. The only way to do that is to kill other people in the same area as you. Kill them over and over again, and you'll be able to refine the weapon. Once you have enough, you'll be able to refine the weapon and use it as you please. For the sake of so-called fairness, when dividing the regions, mortals and immortals will be in the same region, and immortals will be in the same region. For now, there won't be a situation where mortals and immortals will be in the same region. Mortals can rest assured about this. I'm not interested in games where there's too much of a disparity between the strong and the weak. Furthermore, the treasures that will be integrated into your body will be determined by your aptitude, strength, and cultivation level. For example, treasures that will be integrated into a mortal's body. Although they're also immortal treasures, they're of a lower grade. However, treasures that will be integrated into an immortal's body will definitely be many times more valuable than those obtained by mortals. The stronger one is. Firstly, the more valuable the treasures that will be integrated into their bodies. This is proportional. Of course, just because the treasures are integrated into your body doesn't mean that you can use them, they'll belong to you completely. You'll have to kill and defeat your opponent to obtain the refined energy. The rules regarding the refined energy. The stronger the opponent you kill, the more refined energy you'll obtain. Similarly, the more valuable the treasures in your body, the harder it will be to refine them. To completely refine them, you'll have to defeat stronger opponents, and obtain more refined energy than ordinary treasures. Furthermore, every time you kill an opponent, you'll receive points based on the opponent's strength. In the end, the top 100 contestants from each region will be ranked according to their points. Those with a high ranking will receive some benefits in the arena battles. The so-called points, heh. In the genius region, mortal geniuses will be rewarded with immortal stones, and 1 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. When I was in the genius region, I announced this to the mortals. Immortal cards can be used in the second level of my treasure trove. Now, it's time to use the immortal cards. One immortal card is equivalent to 1 point. Points determines the ranking of each region's qualifier. Mortals and immortals who don't have points now, don't be anxious. Killing opponents will also allow you to obtain points out of thin air. Killing a mortal opponent will give you 10 points, killing an immortal opponent will give you 100 points. Work hard to obtain enough points. Because the points will determine your ranking in the qualifier, the higher the ranking, the more advantageous you'll have in the arena battles. During the arena battles, the rewards of the treasures will be even more terrifying, completely beyond your imagination. Alright, the rules have been announced. Now, wait quietly. My divine sense will integrate some treasures directly into your body. Xiao Han's mind was working non-stop, sorting out Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words and the rules he had set. 1. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove was divided into 2 big segments. One was the qualifier, the other was the arena battles. 2. The qualifier was divided into 10 regions, mortals were in the same region, immortals were in the same region, and immortals were in the same region. 100 winners from each region would enter the second round of the arena battles. 3. In the qualifier, be it mortals or immortals, their bodies would integrate treasures, but these treasures could not be used temporarily. They had to obtain the power of refinement, which meant to defeat the opponent. While obtaining the power of refinement, the opponent's body would also burst out their treasures. Defeating the opponent, not only would one obtain the power of refinement, one would also obtain the treasures. The quality of the treasures was determined by one's own strength. 4. Points. Killing a mortal was 10 points. Killing an immortal was 100 points. Points determined the ranking of each region. Xiao Han had completely sorted it out. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart moved. That's right, mortals and mortals enter the same region, immortals and immortals enter the same region. I'm immortal, although I've created an immortal body, my soul aura and life force are still that of a mortal. In other words, I can enter the mortal region? Then. Ha 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 ha. This is great. In that case, I can sweep away all the mortals in this region. I can also directly plunder their Dharma treasures. I can also obtain a large number of points. Just as Xiao Han's thoughts settled, all the celestial cards and celestial stones in Xiao Han's storage ring suddenly evaporated. These immortal cards and immortal stones were all accumulated by Xiao Han in the genius region. Then, he gave some to Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, Yan Lang, and the others, and kept some for himself. At this moment, the immortal cards and immortal stones evaporated and turned into streams of energy, which actually twisted into a number above Xiao Han's head. For 28, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then he understood. All the immortal cards and immortal stones have been automatically converted into points. Now, I have 428 points. However, at this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. All right, now, my divine will integrate all kinds of Dharma treasures into your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, in the chaotic void, there was a sudden tremor. Xiao Han suddenly felt that there seemed to be an additional item in his body. There really is a Dharma treasure automatically integrated into my body. I don't know what kind of Dharma treasure it is, let's check it out first. Xiao Han hurriedly looked inside and carefully studied the item. Chapter 621. An invisible force sent an item into Xiao Han's body. This was probably the artifact that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao mentioned. Xiao Han was extremely interested in what kind of magic treasure he had obtained. However, Xiao Han knew his own limits. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said that the artifact that he distributed to mortals and immortals was determined by their strength. The artifact that mortals obtained would definitely not be comparable to or inferior to immortals. As for my strength, my demonic energy has been blocked. In the ruins of such a great immortal emperor, not only will my demonic energy not be recognized, it will also be expelled. Then, I only have two advantages, the immortal physique and soul mental energy. Against mortals, these two great advantages were naturally enough to sweep through everything. However, against immortals, they were still a little lacking. For example, when I fought against immortals like Heaven Emperor and Ghost Spirit, if I didn't rely on demonic energy, I would probably be defeated by Heaven Emperor. Therefore, the artifact that I obtain now will not be too good. While thinking, Xiao Han's divine sense began to immerse and began to look at the artifact. He saw that the artifact gradually settled and reached Xiao Han's dantian. Moreover, the exterior of the artifact was wrapped with a thick layer of intent. This was the intent of an immortal emperor. This layer of intent seemed to be formed by countless restrictions. Even Xiao Han's mental energy could not penetrate it to see what was inside. Yes. Although this artifact has integrated into my body, there are too many restrictions on the outside and Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's intent is personally guarding it. Therefore, although this artifact seems to be in my body, it does not belong to me. In other words, I need to kill opponents in the same area and obtain the power of refinement. Only then can I break these restrictions and completely refine this artifact into my body. But, what is this thing? Xiao Han gathered his mental energy again and carefully looked at it. He could vaguely see that the appearance of this artifact seemed to be a jade tablet. There were many immortal runes and some patterns engraved on it. Shockingly. Saber. Saber intent. In a trance, Xiao Han actually felt a faint trace of saber intent from the jade tablet. The trace of saber intent was almost completely blocked by the restrictions and intent outside, but it still leaked out a little and was caught by Xiao Han. Besides, the Saber Dao principles contained within these traces of saber intent were simply superb. Xiao Han could not help but close his eyes. His mind was filled with thoughts. These traces of saber intent had actually given Xiao Han great inspiration in his Saber Dao cultivation. Like the morning bell and evening drum. In that instant, Xiao Han's own Saber Dao and understanding of the Saber Dao became even more condensed and open-minded. In fact, even Xiao Han's saber intent had become sharper by several notches. On Xiao Han's face, the light of enlightenment bloomed. Ah! So this was how the path of the blade was like. It was too great. In the past, my understanding of the saber was really too shallow. Xiao Han couldn't help being lost in thought. Just at this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's consciousness woke up and transmitted a message to Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha, young man, this emperor said that with your stunning performance in the Genius Zone and the Purple Immortal Key, this emperor will definitely give you some advantages. Now, this emperor's legacy is directly given to you. Ha ha ha, are you satisfied with such an advantage? Ha ha ha, it can be said that the most precious treasure in this emperor's treasure, the one and only treasure, is already given to you. The jade token in your body is my, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's, legacy. I, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, can destroy the world with one slash. In terms of saber Dao, I am undefeatable. Even countless immortal emperors would covet my legacy. Ha 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 ha, young man, now that you have obtained my legacy, do you feel like you're in a dream? Ha 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 ha. Young man, the jade token contains my saber intent, saber chi, saber moves, and countless insights regarding the saber Dao. As long as you completely refine this jade token, then you will receive enlightenment and receive my complete legacy. Once you receive my legacy and become an immortal, then you will be able to walk unhindered in the immortal world. With my saber Dao legacy, you will be able to kill immortals above your level like chopping vegetables. What? Enlightenment. Hearing this, Xiao Han was greatly shocked. Even his body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. I actually obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Oh my god. In fact, the most precious treasure in immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's entire treasure vault was his cultivation and his saber intent. It was definitely the saber intent that could open the door to the saber realm. Saber intent godly. In fact, no matter how precious the other treasures are, it's nothing. As long as I have immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's combat power, what treasures can't I get? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. However, as he thought about it, Xiao Han immediately realized something. No, I can't say that I have obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Because of the restriction on this jade token, I have to completely refine it before it can be considered a success. As expected, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said at this moment. Of course, young man, you can't say that you are my successor yet. Although my legacy is in your body, you can't refine it. You have to kill your opponent to obtain the power of refinement. Once you are killed by others, then the jade token in your body, which is also my legacy, will be directly revealed to the person who killed you. Yes, as expected. Once I am killed by others, then this legacy will belong to others. Xiao Han was well aware of this. Immediately, his mind was filled with determination. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is right. I have already taken the initiative. I have already obtained a part of this legacy. Now, I have to protect it and refine it. Once I receive the enlightenment, my saber intent will definitely reach godly. At that time, I can try to kill the demon god's soul and the demon egg. Young man, now, let's see if you can protect this immortal emperor's legacy. Not only do you have to protect it, but you also have to kill as many competitors as possible to obtain the power of refinement. This immortal emperor wants to tell you that the power of refinement required to refine my legacy is the greatest. Compared to any treasure in this immortal emperor's treasure, the power of refinement required is even harsher. After pausing for a moment, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense let out a sigh. Sigh, I don't know if you can refine this immortal emperor's legacy in the end. Young man, wait for now. You will be teleported to one of the 10 regions. After saying that, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense disappeared and sank into Xiao Han's body. After that, Xiao Han used his mental energy to observe the jade pendant in his dantian for a while. Although Xiao Han could only learn some of the principles of the saber Dao from the bits and pieces of the jade pendant, it was still very useful. After a while, Xiao Han retracted his attention, adjusted his breathing, and waited for the teleportation. I don't know which region I will be teleported to. Will it be with the immortals or with the mortals? Xiao Han licked his lips. Tens of thousands of people will be in the same region, killing each other to determine the last 100 people. Every time I kill an opponent, I will obtain a portion of the power of refinement. Good. I will wait for the teleportation. At that time, I will show my strength. At the same time, on top of Wu Bai's head, there was a 20 floating. This was the 20 immortal cards that Xiao Han had given him, which he had exchanged for points. Moreover, inside Wu Bai's body, there were some items that had been integrated. Wu Bai looked inside himself and obtained some information about the items. It's a bottle of immortal pills. These immortal pills seem to have the effect of being reborn. They seem to be able to help mortals, at a certain critical moment, have an epiphany, welcome the heavenly tribulation, and become an immortal on the spot. Good. Good. I have been stuck at the Tower Master level for many years and have not had that moment of epiphany. With this bottle of immortal pills, my chances of becoming an immortal are very high. However, I still need to kill a large number of competitors and obtain the power of refinement to obtain this bottle of immortal pills. Jiao Lanzi was also looking inside himself. Before this, Jiao Lanzi had not obtained an immortal card, so his current points were 0. However, with Jiao Lanzi's cultivation, the immortal treasure that he had fused with his body was no small matter. The immortal treasure that I have fused with my Dantian is the demon binding chain. This immortal treasure is extremely powerful. Not only can it bind and capture high-level demonic emperors, but it can also be used to deal with level 5 true immortals, immobilizing them, allowing them to be slaughtered. Amazing. Amazing. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was right. This immortal treasure can be used to create a small sect in the immortal world. Above Xiao Mingchu's head floated 31 points. He was also intoxicated. The immortal treasure that I have obtained is an immortal sword, immortal execution sword. After it is completely refined, it can kill level 2 true immortals. TSK, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is truly shocking. I am just a mortal, but I have obtained an immortal treasure of this level. As long as I refine this immortal sword, when I ascend to the immortal world, I will be able to establish myself temporarily without worrying about being bullied by low-level true immortals. Xing Chenzi let out a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. I, Xing Chenzi, am indeed the leader of this generation of young immortals. I have obtained a Tai Chi diagram. This is an extremely famous immortal treasure in the immortal world. It is all-encompassing and can split the heavens and earth. Ha 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 ha. Every immortal and mortal had obtained an immortal treasure. What they needed to do now was to kill their competitors. Obtain the power of refinement. Break the restriction that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao personally placed outside the immortal treasure. In Xiao Han's area. In the chaotic space, a crack suddenly appeared. Traces of light leaked out. The 10 major areas have been divided. Young man, enter. You are in the 4th area. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense reminded Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 622. Boom! Xiao Han only felt a huge and inexplicable suction force pulling his body, causing him to instantly enter a vast independent space. Xiao Han's vision blurred and became distorted. It took him a few dozen breaths to get used to it before his vision became clear again. At the same time, the fragrance of grass, the sound of flowing water, and the chirping of birds, greeted him. Xiao Han looked around and saw that he was in a vast grassland. There were strange peaks, waterside pavilions, and jade palaces. Dense immortal chi filled this area. It was so beautiful that it made one feel refreshed, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Not bad, this is the 4th region of the 10 regions of the preliminaries. Xiao Han walked slowly. It was very comfortable when he stepped on the soft grass. However, Xiao Han's heart was in his throat. Xiao Han knew that this was not a beautiful place, nor was it a paradise. It was an extremely dangerous place. There are 10 regions of the preliminaries. In each region, there will be tens of thousands of people. Then, they will compete and kill each other. In the end, only 100 people will survive and enter the arena. Xiao Han took a deep breath, then. I will release my mental power to check the situation in the 4th region. Oh, I still don't know if I will be in the same region as the immortals or the mortals. Just as Xiao Han was about to release his mental power. Shockingly. Welcome to the 4th region, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the sky of the grassland. It was clear and majestic. Xiao Han was stunned. He subconsciously withdrew his mental power and focused on listening to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Everyone, I have already announced the rules of the preliminaries. In the fourth region, there are a total of 31,897 immortals, and the last 100 will survive. Every immortal has a magic treasure inside their body. Now, let's compete. Let's start the massacre. After 100 days, if there are still more than 100 survivors, then all of you will be annihilated. Therefore, don't hold any illusions. There is no other way but to kill. Immortals would hunt and kill each other. Every immortal killed was worth 100 points. Also, the points of those who are killed will automatically be transferred to the killer. Points are also very important, they can determine the ranking. Alright, I won't waste any more words. Kill. What? Xiao Han was stunned after hearing Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Then, he could not help but roar. The fourth district is where immortals gather? This was too outrageous. I, Xiao Han, am immortal. What right do I have to be placed in the same area as an immortal? Tens of thousands of immortals. Xiao Han was also extremely indignant. Logically speaking, mortals and immortals were grouped together, and immortals were grouped together. Xiao Han should have been assigned to the mortals area, but now, things didn't go as he wished. This way, Xiao Han had no advantage at all. First of all, his greatest reliance, demonic energy, could not be used. All that was left were his dual attribute immortal physique, mental energy, and saber intent. Facing immortals with immortal treasures and proficient in all kinds of immortal techniques, Xiao Han really did not have much confidence in making it to the top 100. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense rose within Xiao Han's body and lingered in his ears. Young man, are you very angry that I placed you in the same area as tens of thousands of immortals? Ha 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 ha. This is nothing, this is my test for you. If you want to obtain my legacy, you'll naturally need to be unique. Furthermore, the power of refinement required for the legacy jade medallion in your body is enormous. Only by killing immortals will you be able to obtain enough power of refinement. If you kill mortals like chopping melons and vegetables, it'll be meaningless if you can't obtain more power of refinement. In short, only by passing this test will you be worthy of being my successor. Of course, if you're killed, then the legacy jade medallion in your body will fall out and be taken by the immortal who killed you. Young man, take care. Damn it. Xiao Han cursed in a low voice. Then, he quickly adjusted his mentality and got into character. Xiao Han also knew that it was absolutely useless to complain and be unwilling at this moment. What he should do now was to accept reality. They had to fight their way out of this area and carve out a path of blood. Forget it. It's not like I haven't killed immortals before. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is right. In order to refine his inheritance, the refining power needed is too great. Killing mortals won't help. Xiao Han mumbled a few words and then spread his mental energy. His soul and mental energy spread out like a fishing net and covered the entire area. The solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness opened and closed. However, something happened that made Xiao Han frown again. This area was filled with immortal qi that could suppress the fluctuation of mental energy. As a result, Xiao Han's mental detection was greatly weakened. He could only detect things a few kilometers away now. Oh no, my soul and mental energy should be able to cover tens of thousands of kilometers. But now, I can only detect a few kilometers away. Xiao Han shook his head secretly. Afterwards, with a flash, he quickly hid in a cave in the middle of a mountain wall. The cave was over 30 meters deep. The entrance was covered by dense vegetation, so it was extremely difficult for people to discover it. Xiao Han had used his mental energy to observe it down to the smallest detail, which was why he found such a secluded place. Xiao Han sat in the cave quietly. His mental energy spread out and his presence was concealed. The spirit turtle's true qi enveloped the entire cave, making Xiao Han's presence indistinct like wood and stone. That way, even if immortals passed by, they would not be able to discover Xiao Han easily. I'll hide for now and observe the situation. If I charge out now, it'll be too reckless. Xiao Han also had his own plans. At the same time, although his mental energy was suppressed, such that it could only detect a few kilometers away, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. The mental energy of his soul seeped out and enveloped the limits of his range. As long as there was even the slightest disturbance, Xiao Han would respond immediately. The fourth zone, where Xiao Han resided. Swish. Swish. A fierce gust of wind blew past. Near a mountain peak, a female immortal in a cream-colored robe was flying at top speed. Her face was filled with terror and shock. Ha 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 ha. Fairy Mo Cho, what's wrong? Weren't you quite clingy back in the immortal's world? You even threw yourself into my arms and came to my pure young immortal palace to have a heart-to-heart talk with me and my senior brothers. Ha ha ha. Now, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. Ha 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 ha. Stop running away. Behind the female immortal was a young man in a navy blue robe. His sleeves fluttered as he chased after her at a steady pace. His face was like a cat toying with a mouse, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Big brother Jing Suzi. I am begging you, please don't kill Mo Cho. The female immortal in the beige robe begged pitifully, on the verge of tears. Big brother Jing Suzi, back in the immortal's world, we were friends. I've always treated you and your senior brothers warmly. But now, big brother Jing Suzi, please let me go, ha 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 ha. Jing Suzi laughed heartily. Sister Mo Cho, I don't have a choice. There's a Dharma treasure in my body that needs to be refined. If I don't kill you, where will I get the power to refine it? Besides, killing you would give me 100 points. I'm also an ambitious immortal, and I also want to gain something from this immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. So, points and refining power, I can't be lacking in any of them. Ahahaha. Sister, I'm sorry. No. Big brother Jing Suzi. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to refine all the treasures in my body in one go. Plus, I can join forces with you to deal with the other immortals and earn more points. Big brother, I'm willing to entrust the most precious thing of a woman to you. The female immortal sobbed. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, the female immortal turned around and shot a beam of immortal light at Jing Suzi. The female immortal's pitiful expression changed abruptly, and a hint of viciousness flashed through her teary eyes. Jing Suzi, it's still too early to tell who will win. Ha 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 ha. Bitch. I've long been prepared for this move of yours. Jing Suzi made a grabbing motion with his right hand and extinguished the beam of immortal light. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out an immortal fire that instantly enveloped the female immortal and burned her to ashes. Ah! Jing Suzi. You'll die a horrible death. Sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of other immortals. The female immortal let out a heart-wrenching scream before her entire body was burned to ashes. The next moment, whoosh, two beams of light surged out from the female immortal's mutilated corpse and entered Jing Suzi's body. I've indeed obtained a trace of refining power, as well as the Dharma treasure in this bitch's body. Jing Suzi's body completely devoured the two beams of light. The Dharma treasure is nothing. It's just a 7-color stone. After refining it, it can kill a level 4 true immortal, but it's nothing compared to the Dharma treasure in my body. That's a Dharma treasure that can kill level 5 true immortals. Killing this bitch is far from enough to refine the Dharma treasure in my body. I'll need to kill more than 100 immortals. Jing Suzi's ears twitched. Someone's coming. In an instant, his body turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared without a trace. Before he disappeared, the number 100 appeared above his head, representing 100 points. In the same zone, 2 lone peaks were several hundred meters apart. 2 male immortals stood facing each other from a distance. They were in a deadlock. Brother Flying Tiger, I didn't expect the two of us to be placed in the same zone and have to kill each other. This is truly a joke of fate. The black-robed immortal shook his head and chuckled. Brother Heavenly Sword, nothing is absolute in this world. We can join forces and fight against the other immortals, the purple-robed immortal suggested. Oh. The black-robed immortal was slightly taken aback. Then, he laughed heartily. Brother Flying Tiger, this is a very good suggestion. Ha 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 ha, in a valley filled with rocks. A man in black armor holding a shield was continuously retreating. The number 500 hovered above his head, indicating that he had already obtained 500 points. A man with an eagle-like face with his hands behind his back approached the shield-wielding man with a sinister smile. The number 1000 hovered above the man's head, indicating that he had already killed 10 immortals and obtained 1000 points. Big Brother Giant Spirit. This little brother has refined a very trashy magic treasure. It's just a bottle of immortal pills. Even if Big Brother Giant Spirit kills this little brother, you won't get anything. The man in black armor and shield kept begging for mercy. Oh. But I do want your points. Plus, I really need the power of refinement, the eagle-like man smiled faintly. Sorry, I'll use your death to fulfill my wish. Boom, a giant hawk formed from immortal chi charged out and blasted the black-armored man to pieces. Shio, the number of points hovering above the eagle-like man's head increased to 1600. Oh, I now have 12 artifacts inside my body. I'll focus on refining an offensive artifact. He nodded slightly. A massacre had already begun in the 4th zone. Chapter 623. The second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The 4th zone. Boom. In the vast world of plains, a mountain range rose up from the ground. Shockingly, this mountain range exploded into pieces. A white-bearded immortal with 2,200 points hovered above his head. His entire body was bathed in blood, and his skin was covered in fine cracks. He charged out of the exploding mountain range and roared angrily, "Pft, Fairy Ling Long. You're so vicious. He. Big Brother Meng Yuzi, please don't hold a grudge against me. In fact, even if you didn't die in my hands, you would have died in the hands of other immortals. Sigh, Big Brother Meng Yuzi, we're also fated to share incense sticks. Why don't you give your points and power of refinement to me instead of giving them to other unrelated immortals?" He. Her soft words did not contain the slightest murderous intent. They were even as beautiful as immortal music. However, as soon as she finished speaking, puff! A ray of purple light swept past the white-bearded immortal. In an instant, his body exploded and turned into a pool of blood. The space distorted, and a graceful female immortal walked out. Her eyes were as beautiful as a mountain. A few rays of light shot out from the place where the white-bearded immortal died and returned to the female immortal's body. Ah! So comfortable. The female immortal heaved a long sigh. The points above her head had increased from 3,200 to 5,500. There are 56 immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures in my body now. He. I need more and more power of refinement now. The female immortal giggled and twisted her body. She disappeared without a trace. In the 4th zone. Beside a long river that flowed past. More than 30 immortals were traveling together. Each of them had a considerable amount of points. Among them, the one with the most points was a cold-looking man. He was none other than the Son of Stars. Above the Son of Stars' head, there were 10,000 points. A total of 10,000 points. This meant that he had killed 100 immortals. Killing 100 people. Big Brother Xing Chen. Should we continue searching along the river or enter the mountainous area? We've already scanned the area with our immortal senses. There are no traces of immortals within a few li. One of the immortals said timidly. From the looks of it, the dozens of immortals were extremely afraid of the Son of Star. Let's enter the mountainous region. The son of stars licked his lips. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. I gained a lot of refinement power. Not bad. Not bad at all. The powerful magical treasure inside of me is slowly being refined. The 100 men slaughter. And then I'll kill a few hundred more immortals. Then I can completely take it for myself. Ha 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 ha. With that treasure, killing people like Jia Lanzi would be as easy as blowing away dust. That's right, Big Brother Son of the Stars is very brave, the other immortals chimed in respectfully. Along the way, the Son of Stars had displayed superb fighting skills and outstanding immortal spells. Moreover, with his trump cards, his ruthlessness, and his decisive personality, he had completely suppressed the immortals to the point that they were willing to submit to him. He paused for a moment, glanced at the group of immortals, and then spoke seriously. You seem to be very afraid of me, a son of the stars? No. Don't misunderstand, Big Brother Son of the Stars, the immortals cried out in fear. Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid. Remember, we're a team now. The Son of the Stars laughed lightly. Including me, there are a total of 37 people in our team. As long as we work together, we'll be able to fight to the end. Alright, everyone, let's work together. First, help me kill the other immortals and earn points and power of refinement. Once I'm done refining the powerful Dharma treasure in my body, I'll be able to sweep away everything in the 4th district. When the time comes, I'll help you hunt down immortals, and your points and power of refinement will rise steadily. That way, we'll all be able to enter the arena. The Son of the Stars promised in a straightforward manner. As a matter of fact, there's no need for you to be afraid of me. I, the Son of the Stars, will never use you. Think about it. Every region has 100 spots, and we only have around 30 people here. I can't use you all and then deal with you later. To be honest, there's no need for that. That's right, Big Brother Star Chinzi. Don't worry, we'll help you earn enough points to refine the magical treasure in your body. Then, you'll help us. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's the best of both worlds. The immortals chimed in. All right. It's settled then. Let's go into the mountains and hunt other immortals. The Son of the Stars ordered. When he turned around, an extremely cold light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and killing intent flickered. In the cave Xiao Han was hiding in. Xiao Han was still sitting in the cave like a statue, his spirit turtle true chi enveloping the entire cave. However, Xiao Han's mind power was constantly observing the situation around him. It's been a day. I'm sure the immortals have already started killing each other in this area. Xiao Han thought to himself. I wonder how many of the 30,000 immortals have died. Although my soul and mind power can't cover a wider area, I can still vaguely sense the aura of death. It's the aura of immortals dying and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Of course, there must be some powerful and cruel immortals who've already earned a lot of points and refining power. While Xiao Han was lost in thought, 2 streams of immortal chi suddenly appeared within the range of his soul and psychic power. They were flying toward him from afar. 2 immortals. Xiao Han's heart tightened. His aura was even more suppressed than before. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind was very calm. He had already accepted the cruel reality of being assigned to Region 4 and competing with the immortals. In fact, his fighting spirit was ignited in the depths of his heart. He wanted to compete with the immortals and stand out from the rest. However, that didn't mean Xiao Han was reckless and careless. One had to know that right now, those who were close to Xiao Han's hiding place. They were 2 immortals. Xiao Han knew that he did not have the strength to defeat 2 immortals on his own. To be fair, if the immortals did not use superior immortal arts and Dharma treasures, the immortals would not be able to kill them. With his outstanding immortal physique, Xiao Han might not be defeated in a 1-on-2 fight. However, facing 2 immortals head-on, Xiao Han might be defeated if they used their magic treasures. 2 fellows are coming. If it was just one immortal, I could still think of a way to kill him. But now... let's wait and see. The most important thing is to not be discovered by them for the time being. Xiao Han understood this very well. His sharp psychic waves locked onto the two immortals. Soon, Xiao, the two immortals had actually landed directly under the mountain wall where Xiao Han was hiding. This caused Xiao Han, who was in the cave, to hold his breath. Xiao Han's soul rippled. He could sense that the two immortals had powerful auras. Neither of them was weak. This made Xiao Han even more cautious. But fortunately, these two immortals didn't. They didn't seem to have discovered Xiao Han hiding in the cave. The two immortals were a man and a woman, and they looked very intimate. Xia, I didn't expect us husband and wife to be in the same area. The handsome male immortal sighed softly. Big brother. This is a good thing for us husband and wife. If we work together seamlessly, we'll definitely be able to kill enough immortals to refine them and increase our ranking. The female immortal was also very charming, and she smiled as she leaned into the male immortal's embrace. I think we can definitely enter the top 100 in this area, yes. However, Xia, there are tens of thousands of immortals in this area, and some of them are strong. If we work together, we will need to use some methods and strategies to overcome the obstacles. The male immortals seemed to be very intelligent. How about? Suddenly, the male immortal whispered to Xia. This. Big brother. This. Xia's face turned red and white when she heard this. She said angrily. Big brother, how can we? In the cave, Xiao Han was monitoring the two immortals with his psychic wave. He had heard the male immortal's words. As it turned out, the male immortal wanted Xia to deceive some immortals so they could join forces and kill them. In order to deceive the immortals, the male immortal did not hesitate to ask his wife, Xia, to seduce the immortals. TSK. Immortals are just like us mortals. They'll do anything to achieve their goals. Xiao Han could not help but laugh. The male immortal was still nagging, Xia, what's wrong with that? We're not asking you to have sex with other immortals. We're just asking you to pretend to be obedient and confuse some immortals. Then, we'll kill those immortals when they're unprepared. Big brother, Xia, think about it. If we can successfully break out of the encirclement and enter the arena, our status in the celestial world and the sect will rise. Just as the husband and wife were arguing, Xiao Han's mind seemed to have made a new discovery all of a sudden. Xiao Han's psychic wave seemed to have penetrated the bodies of the two immortals and looked inside their dantians. In the male immortal's dantian, there were 6 celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's restrictions that sealed 6 magical treasures: glass bottle, spatial storage magical treasure, demon annihilation mirror, offensive magical treasure, firecloud celestial palm manual, celestial technique manual. In the female immortal Xia's dantian, there were also 6 magical treasures sealed: spiked celestial armor, defensive celestial weapon, iron blood banner, restrictive celestial weapon, 8 methods of weapon refining. Secret manual. However, the husband and wife had yet to refine any of the magical treasures in their bodies. Why can my psychic wave penetrate their dantians and see the magical treasures they obtained? Moreover, the properties of these magical treasures can be seen through my psychic wave? Xiao Han was puzzled. Could it be that the magical treasures obtained from immortal Emperor Zhu Dao can be seen by any opponent's psychic wave? If that's the case, the jade token of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance is sealed in my dantian. It would be strange if I didn't get attacked by other immortals. However, that's not right. That's not right. The reason why I can see the magical treasures in the bodies of the male and female immortals isn't entirely because of my psychic wave. It seems to be a trace of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense. After Xiao Han refined the purple immortal key, he obtained a trace of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense. Now, all the explorers who entered the second floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, be they immortals or mortals, had obtained treasures. However, These treasures were controlled by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense before they were completely refined. It seems that the reason why I can see the magical treasures in the dantions of these two immortals is because the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense in my body resonated with the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense in their dantions. Moreover, the quality of the divine sense obtained from refining the purple immortal key is far superior to the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense in all the magical treasures. Xiao Han understood. At this moment, the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense in Xiao Han's body spoke again. Young man, after you obtained the purple immortal key, I told you that you would obtain some benefits in the following explorations, giving you an advantage. The first benefit is that you will directly fuse my inheritance jade plate into your body. The second benefit is that you will be able to see the situation of the treasures in the other explorers' bodies. Of course, the other explorers will not be able to see the situation of the treasures in your body. They will definitely not know the situation of the treasures in each other's bodies. Oh. This is the second benefit? Only I can see the situation of the treasures in the other explorers' dantions? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 624. Xiao Han never thought that after refining the purple immortal key, benefits would appear one after another. Now, Xiao Han could actually see the situation of the treasures in the dantions of all the immortals in the area through a sliver of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's soul sense. Xiao Han read the names, attributes, and functions of the couple's Dharma treasures, which were within the range of his psyche fluctuations. It was as if he was reading the patterns on his palm. Soon, the couple came to an agreement. The female immortal would come forward to seduce the other immortals and then assassinate them. With a flash, the couple vanished with astonishing speed. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Han held his breath. He pushed the spirit turtle true chi to the limit and hid himself perfectly. He was not discovered. After the two immortals vanished, Xiao Han's thoughts settled down and he began to think about some problems. After learning about the second benefit that he had obtained, an idea suddenly flashed through Xiao Han's mind. In the fourth area, everyone is an immortal apart from me. I can't use my demon chi, so I basically have no advantage against these guys with superior immortal arts and divine abilities or even immortal artifacts. If I have to talk about an advantage, it's that I can deceive immortals as a mortal and make them lower their guard. In other words, I can show weakness to the enemy and then launch a sneak attack. That way, I might be able to counterattack and kill the immortals, but it can't work every time, right? And it's a risky move. If I make a mistake, I'll be injured at best, or killed by the immortals at worst. TSK, I don't want to let those immortals benefit. Once they kill me, the jade tablet of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance in my body will burst out. The second benefit, reading the magic treasures in the immortals' dantions, I have to make use of this. It seems like a very useless benefit, but... Xiao Han's eyes darted back and forth rapidly for a few times. It seems like a useless method, but if I use it well, it can be very useful. Seeing the treasures in the dantions of other immortals. Xiao Han slapped his forehead. This way, I can. Yes. I can assassinate some immortals with a purpose and obtain the treasures I need from them. Then, I can use these treasures to increase my battle strength and kill other immortals. What kind of treasure can increase my battle prowess? Xiao Han pondered. He went deeper and deeper. An elixir that can increase one's strength? For example, to increase my mental force or refine my immortal body. I wonder if other immortals have such pills in their dantian. If they do, I'll kill them and obtain them. Then, I'll refine the restrictions on the surface of these divine pills. After that, he would consume it, and then cultivate. This was extremely time-consuming. The preliminaries would last for 100 days. After 100 days, the number of immortals remaining in the region would be determined. If it was more than 100, that would be the entire region. That's why I'm trying not to waste any more time. An immortal artifact magic treasure? Immortal artifacts and magic treasures all have different attributes. Wait a minute. If I obtain a magic treasure that can increase my strength, or speed, then I can indeed double my combat power in a short period of time. Power? Speed? Xiao Han's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In fact, I'm already very strong in terms of strength. My fleshly body has a defense of 40 immortal dragons. Speed. If I can improve my speed and strength, I'll have a better chance of killing an immortal. That's right. Xiao Han's current speed was extremely fast, but it was still slightly slower than the immortals' movement techniques and immortal arts. If Xiao Han's speed could increase by a few times, then he could kill immortals by surprise and escape without being able to lock onto him. After much thought, Xiao Han finally had an idea. If possible, I'll selectively kill an immortal with a speed-type Dharma treasure, then fuse it into my Dantian and gain the power to refine it. Then, I'll gain full control of the Dharma treasure and increase my speed to deal with tens of thousands of immortals. As for the Jade token of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance, it's not something that can be refined by killing 1 or 2 immortals, or even 200, or even 1 or 2,000 immortals. Therefore, even if I obtain the refining power now, I won't use it to refine the token. My first priority is to increase my battle strength. Just as Xiao Han was thinking hard about how to fight for the top spot in the 4th region, his mental force fluctuated again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 immortals flew to the area where Xiao Han's mental force was monitoring and landed at the place where the immortal couple had been standing. The 3 immortals were all men. After landing, they did not seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, they began to whisper to each other. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He quickly discarded all distracting thoughts and concealed his aura. At the same time, he was closely observing the 3 immortals. The 3 immortals were dressed very similarly. They all wore moon-white robes and carried a long sword on their backs. Their every movement was filled with sword chi and immortal force. They were all top-notch sword immortals. Moreover, the number of points hovering above their heads wasn't small. 100,014,001,600 inches. Other words, the total number of immortals killed by these 3 immortals was close to 40. Xiao Han was shocked in the cave. He used his mental force to observe their dantians and felt his scalp go numb. There were more than 10 magic treasures floating in each of the 3 sword immortals' dantians. It was a feast for the eyes. However, among the dozens of immortal weapons, magic treasures, and spirit pills, there was no magic treasure that could increase the speed that Xiao Han needed. Since there's nothing I want, I'll hide like before and not show myself. I'll try my best not to fight these immortals head-on for the time being and preserve my strength. Moreover, there are 3 of them while I'm alone. I can't throw an egg at a rock. Xiao Han's mind was extremely clear. He would never act rashly. Moreover, Xiao Han was also aware of this. Once he exposed himself, he would be discovered by the 3 immortals. Then he would definitely be surrounded and killed. Xiao Han had no chance of winning against 3 sword immortals with sharp auras. Fortunately, the 3 immortals didn't seem to be thinking about anything else. They were conversing, and it was getting more and more intense. Junior brothers, don't say any more. One of the immortals said with a tense expression. Look at the situation now. It's very delicate. If we choose to cooperate with other immortals who have nothing to do with us, it's tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, we might also be killed by them. Senior apprentice brother, you worry too much. The power of unity is strong. Unity means strength is strong. Another immortal said. Tens of thousands of immortals fighting each other, leaving only 100 spots. It's too cruel. If we don't cooperate with other immortals, the 3 of us will most likely be eliminated in the end. That's right, senior brother. Look, the other immortals in this area have already formed some groups. Some groups. That's right, senior brother. Look, the other immortals in this area have already formed some groups. Some groups. The number of immortals is as high as 50 to 60. Even small groups are made up of a dozen or so immortals. Take that Xing Qinzi for example. He's gathered dozens of immortals and swept through his path. I don't know how many immortals he's killed, but he's gained a huge amount of points and refinement power. If this goes on, Xing Qinzi will soon be able to refine one of the magic treasures in his body. When that happens, he'll be even more unstoppable. Senior brother, more and more immortals will form alliances in the end. At that time, our living space will be greatly reduced until we're devoured by those groups. Senior brother, let's also choose a group to ally with. For us, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Oh, so it's the three of you, senior brother and junior brother, discussing the matter of forming an alliance with other immortals. Oh no, there's already a certain number of immortals forming groups in this area. This is really bad news for me. I'm just a mortal. Even if I'm willing, there won't be any immortals willing to ally with me. Xiao Han cried out inwardly. The senior brother of the three-sword immortals was extremely stubborn, his face livid. What's the point of forming an alliance? In the end, you'll still end up killing each other. Don't be fooled by superficial benefits. In this situation, no one is trustworthy. Don't even mention forming a group with other immortals. The three of us should unite as one. If you insist on going your own way and want to team up with other immortals with ulterior motives, then you can leave on your own. Sigh, hearing this, the two juniors shook their heads in disappointment. Forget it. We'll do as you say, senior brother. We'll give up on the idea of forming a group, one of the junior brothers said. In truth, I also. Roar. The two of you. Suddenly, an immortal sword appeared on the senior brother's chest. Without anyone noticing, the immortal sword pierced through his chest, pierced through his body, and came out from his back. Immortal blood burst out. This happened so suddenly that even Xiao Han, who was spying in the cave, was shocked. Bang! The two junior brothers, each with a palm, sent the injured senior brother flying to the side. Bastards! You two bastards, how dare you attack me in spite of our friendship as fellow disciples? Damn it! Damn bastards! The senior brother spat out blood again and again. He had already lost the ability to fight, his eyes filled with anger and fear. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother, it's all your fault for being too stubborn. One of the junior brothers laughed complacently. Do you think you're still the one in charge after descending? Humph. We've put up with you for a long time. Back in the sect, you've always been stubborn and self-opinionated. As junior brothers, which one of us hasn't been bullied by you? The more the junior brother spoke, the more agitated he became. He was also extremely angry. Senior brother, do you know why junior brother Qiu Hongzi and I teamed up against you? On one hand, it's because you don't know what's good for you. At this moment of life and death, you're still acting so arbitrarily and refuse to form a group with other immortals. Humph, even if you want to die, we don't want to die with you. Also, how did you treat me back in the sect? I and junior sister Yun Kai were in love with each other, but you? Humph. The senior brother was covered in blood. His body twitched and the immortal light on his body grew dimmer and dimmer. He stared at his two junior brothers. But he didn't say anything. Let's do it. The other junior brother said to the complacent junior brother. Yes. The complacent junior brother walked step by step towards the senior brother and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Ha 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 ha. How satisfying, how satisfying. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened again. Pooh! A sword ray pierced the body of the complacent junior brother from behind. Ha 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 ha, the other junior brother suddenly let out a wild laugh. Junior brother Qiu Hongzi. You! The expression of the complacent junior brother changed drastically, and his body trembled. Then, he quickly fell to the ground and spat out blood. He looked at the junior brother who was sneering at him with an incredulous expression. Ha ha ha. Senior brothers, both of you didn't expect this, right? The junior brother Chio Hongzi licked his lips. Junior brother Chio Hongzi. You're too vicious. The fellow who was originally complacent shouted fiercely as he coughed up blood. Why did you do this to me? Our relationship has always been good, and this time, we plotted to assassinate senior brother. We also made an oath by high-fiving each other. We will not betray each other. Two senior brothers, I was thinking, if I were to kill the two of you, how great would the points and refining power I would obtain. Chio Hongzi took a deep breath. Killing one is killing two is also killing. I clenched my teeth and did it. But now, it seems that it was worth it. Xiao Han, who was in the cave, was secretly shocked. Damn it, each one is more vicious than the other, however, no. The senior brother who was injured first is secretly preparing a sharp sword energy. I can sense it with my mental power. Ha ha ha. It seems that this matter is far from over. Xiao Han's mental power sharply caught some clues. As expected. The senior brother who was injured and lying on the ground suddenly pointed with his right hand. A talisman suddenly burned and turned into a sword energy that shot out like lightning. Pooh! The sword energy instantly pierced through Chio Hongzi's body. Chio Hongzi's eyes bulged out. He screamed as he was thrown backward, and he roared with unwillingness. Senior brother. I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Let's die together. The three of us will die here together. None of us will be able to survive alone. That senior brother had used his remaining immortal force to ignite an immortal talisman at the last moment. His face was deathly pale, but he still smiled. Let's die here together. In the blink of an eye, the three sword immortals with abundant immortal force fought each other. They were all heavily injured and lay on the ground, vomiting blood. The scene was extremely quiet for a moment. Inside the cave. Good, very good. This is truly a pie that fell from the sky. Xiao Han suddenly stood up and stretched. In that case, I, Xiao Han, should make my move. Boom. Xiao Han jumped out and stood on the spot, looking at the three dying sword immortals with a faint smile. What? The three immortals didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the dark while they were plotting against each other. Mortal? Right, you're Xiao Han. The senior brother focused his gaze on Xiao Han. Little mortal, how dare you? How dare you spy on us in the dark? Little brother. You help me kill these two people. After this is done, we will cooperate. Chio Hongzi quickly wailed to Xiao Han. The other sword immortal seemed to have noticed the hostility in Xiao Han's eyes. He tried to put up a strong front. Mortal, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me a mortal like you wants to kill immortals. Humph. You're just an ant. If you do anything out of line, we'll kill you 100 times, 1,000 times and make you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter. How stupid. You're already at the end of your rope. Even if you have peerless skills, you can't do anything to me. Kill me 100 times, 1,000 times, ha ha ha, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. After saying that, Xiao Han's aura rose steadily. What are you trying to do? Chio Hongzi said in terror. Kill all of you. Xiao Han didn't even think before he blurted out. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. At the same time, I recommend a book. The author is Chen Xian, and the title of the book is, I Desire to Become a Demon. It's a very refreshing book and worth reading. I haven't been updating well these few days. My wife just turned 30 and I've been busy. Sorry. Chapter 625. Xiao Han's luck was indeed heaven-defying. Originally, Xiao Han was hiding in a cave on the side of the mountain, quietly observing the situation. However, Three immortals just had to fight each other in the area where Xiao Han was hiding. All of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. This way, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I kill these three immortals, I can easily obtain a large number of points, dozens of treasures, and a lot of refining power. Hee hee. When luck comes, I can't stop it. Xiao Han's mouth twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Ibdu. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The three senior and junior immortals were too clever, each more vicious than the last. But they never thought that they would ultimately fall in the hands of a mortal. They were extremely unwilling, extremely angry, and extremely terrified. How dare you? Puny mortals like pigs and dogs actually had the guts of a leopard and dared to attack immortals. You'll be punished by the heavens. Mortal, don't make a mistake. We're the elites of the younger generation of the immortal sections. Killing us is a great sin. Don't get yourself killed. Mortal, you're too stupid. That's right, we're seriously injured right now, but we can't be killed by a mortal like you. Our immortal bodies can't be destroyed by mortal attacks. Don't attack. If you attack, you won't be able to have peace for the rest of your life. You'll sink into oblivion, idiot, you're still so stupid even before death. Xiao Han was completely unmoved. Suddenly, Xiao Han gathered the power of his immortal body to its limit and flew forward. His shadow flashed 3 times. Bang! 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 3 loud explosions. It was earth-shattering. Xiao Han was already using his fists. He forcefully smashed the heads of the 3 immortals. The headless immortal corpses. They fell to the ground weakly. However, right now, Xiao Han's demonic emperor left arm palm was sealed. Otherwise, Xiao Han wouldn't have wasted these 3 immortal corpses. He would definitely have devoured them. Meanwhile, xiao rays of multicolored light surged into Xiao Han's body. First, there were dozens of treasures. This was after killing the 3 immortals. The magic treasures that had fallen out of their bodies were all absorbed into Xiao Han's dantian. Therefore, in Xiao Han's dantian, there was originally only 1 inheritance jade plate. But now, there were 43 more treasures. These magic treasures slowly circulated in Xiao Han's dantian, emitting a soft and misty light. They also released some of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's spirit sense. Of course, the quality of these magic treasures was different. It was obvious that it was far inferior to the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's inheritance jade token. Moreover, although there were many types of magic treasures, there were attack type, defensive type, and space type treasures, but none of them were speed type treasures that Xiao Han wanted the most. When the points above Xiao Han's head also skyrocketed. It jumped from 428 to 4,728 in an instant. Furthermore, 3 gigantic rays of light shot directly into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body shook. Then, he suddenly felt 3 streams of heat flow directly into his dantian. Xiao Han could clearly feel that these 3 streams of heat had the miraculous effect of melting the restrictions on the surface of the treasures in his dantian. The power of refinement. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. That's right. This is the power of refinement. Xiao Han completely understood. This power of refinement is like lava. It can completely melt the restrictions that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao placed on the surface of the treasures. Finally, we can completely control these treasures. This is too miraculous. The 3 immortals that I killed just now were considered strong. Therefore, the power of refinement that I obtained is not bad. What was even more miraculous was that Xiao Han could use his spirit sense to guide the power of refinement that was wandering in his dantian and use it to refine any treasure in his dantian. Boom boom boom, the 3 streams of refinement condensed into one in Xiao Han's dantian. It was scorching hot and scoured back and forth. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use this power of refinement. With his spirit sense, he temporarily stored this power of refinement in a corner of his dantian. If I can accumulate more power of refinement and obtain a speed-type artifact, I can directly refine it and use it. Then, I will have a bright future in the 4th district. Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned the area with his spirit sense and discovered that a stream of immortal qi was approaching from afar. More immortals are coming. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts and took out a storage ring. With a sweep, the immortal corpses and the various traces on the ground were all put into the storage ring. Then, with a flash, he once again hid in the cave on the mountain wall. Spiritual turtle qi gushed out and covered the cave, concealing his aura. Whoosh, with a flash of immortal light, an immortal clad in crimson armor descended from the sky with a spear on his back. This immortal had an impressive appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. However, there were not many points above his head. There were only 500 points, which meant that he had killed at most 5 immortals. I seem to have sensed the aura of an immortal's death in this place. The immortal's expression was solemn. Suddenly, a burst of red immortal qi burst out of his body and formed a defensive barrier around him. Then, he looked around cautiously and reached out to grab something in the air. Sword qi left behind by a sword immortal. The air here has the charm of a sword immortal sword qi. Also, I can sense a few extremely resentful auras. An immortal must have died in this place, and it hasn't been long since they died. As he muttered to himself, the immortal released his immortal sense and repeatedly scanned the surrounding area. Soon, the immortal's immortal sense was focused on the mountain wall where Xiao Han was hiding. Oh. As expected. Come out. The immortal called out sternly. Silence. Stop hiding. I've already found you. Come out. The immortal sneered. His battle intent boiled. It doesn't seem to be the aura of an immortal. It's the aura of a mortal. How strange. Come out quickly. Don't attack. In the next moment, Xiao Han leaped out of the cave with a panicked expression. He stood there timidly, looking at the immortal in battle armor with an evasive gaze. Immortal. Immortal. You're truly remarkable. I hid so well, but you still found me, oh? Immortal? This is the 4th district. A mortal had actually appeared? This is a freak. Xiao Han. You're that Xiao Han. The biggest winner of the Genius District. The immortal looked at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes. However, he gradually relaxed his vigilance. I know that you have some tricks up your sleeve. You're invincible among mortals, but you're nothing in front of us immortals. You're nothing. He turned his head and suddenly saw the thousands of points above Xiao Han's head. What? You've obtained thousands of points? The immortal was terrified. In other words, there are at least a dozen mystical treasures in your dantian. Just now, a few immortals were killing each other here. They were half dead from the fight. Coincidentally, I ran into them. I got lucky, Xiao Han said, swallowing hard. That should be the case. How could a mortal like you kill so many immortals and obtain so many points? The greed in the battle-armored immortal's eyes grew more intense, and his entire body began to tremble. He was so excited that he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The path of luck. It's truly the path of luck. I didn't really fight. I've been very cautious along the way, so the points and mystical treasures I've obtained are quite pitiful. Who would have thought I'd get such a windfall? This is great. A few thousand points and dozens of mystical treasures just like that. Could this be the sign of the rise of the Saint Warrior? This. The immortal did not seem to care about the timid mortal in front of him at all. It was as if he was about to obtain the points and mystical treasures on Xiao Han. However, at that moment, boom! A strong gust of wind pressed down on the immortal, and the space caved in. In the eyes of the immortal, he saw a fist suddenly enlarging. Just now, Xiao Han had feigned a wretched and fearful expression, but at the crucial moment, he suddenly attacked. He threw a punch. The ultimate strength of 40 immortal dragons. While the immortal was unprepared, the punch was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. A demon god descending from the sky. Bam! A single punch directly smashed into the immortal's completely unarmored head. Pfft! The immortal's head exploded like a watermelon. Shio shio shio, rays of light flashed, dazzling. Points. Mystical treasures. The power of refinement. Xiao Han obtained all of them. So far, Xiao Han had obtained a total of 5,328 points. The mystical treasures in his body had accumulated to a whopping 50. Moreover, the power of refinement that he had just obtained was also quite impressive. After entering Xiao Han's Dantian, it merged with the power of refinement that Xiao Han already possessed. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use the power of refinement. He stored it somewhere in his Dantian. The next moment, Xiao Han put the immortal's body and other miscellaneous items into his storage ring. Good. So far, I've killed 4 immortals and gained a lot. However, I still haven't obtained the speed-type treasure I wanted. Among the dozens of treasures, there aren't many that are suitable for me. Xiao Han's thoughts drifted. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I'll take the initiative to go out and look around. If I encounter any immortals who are alone, I can try to kill them. It would be best if I can kill an immortal who has fused a speed-type mystical treasure in his Dantian. I'll get what I want. Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts, then activated his true qi and flew out of the area. While flying, Xiao Han was extremely careful, as if he was walking on thin ice, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Moreover, his mental fluctuations were highly condensed, spreading out in all directions to investigate. After flying for around several dozen kilometers, Xiao Han did not discover any traces of immortals. After circling around a mountain and passing by a long river, Xiao Han finally discovered a few immortals, or more accurately, a few corpses of immortals. Oh! There's been an intense battle by the river. Xiao Han immediately descended. With a single glance, he saw a total of 5 corpses of immortals. Their deaths were extremely horrible. An extremely intense battle must have taken place when they were alive. Xiao Han stowed the corpses into his storage ring without batting an eyelid. Afterwards, he continued on his way along the river. After traveling for around another dozen kilometers, Xiao Han's mind pulsed. There are a few immortals up ahead, and they're currently fighting. Xiao Han's expression immediately became stern. Boom! 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 Several kilometers away from Xiao Han, the sky was dyed scarlet. The glow of treasures surged into the air, and immortal qi rose into the air. There were traces of clashes between various immortal artifacts and various roars. There, mountains shook and the sound of space cracking rang out endlessly. There's an intense battle going on over there. Xiao Han licked his lips, then mobilized his spirit turtle true qi to conceal his presence. Moving his immortal body, he directly moved in that direction. Let's reap the spoils of war again. Xiao Han was greatly tempted. Very soon, Xiao Han arrived near the battlefield. Space trembled. Waves of chaotic spatial fluctuations shook in all directions, causing the ground to crack. Xiao Han held his breath and hid behind a mountain forest. He sat down cross-legged and released his mental fluctuations. As expected, Xiao Han's mental fluctuations saw a few immortals fighting. There were a total of 9 immortals, divided into 2 camps, fighting each other. The battle was extremely intense. The 9 immortals were all injured, and their immortal power had been greatly depleted. A few of the immortals were already tottering, barely holding on. A battle between immortals was highly concentrated. Life and death hung on a thin line, so no one was distracted by Xiao Han's existence. Xiao Han's mental fluctuations completely enveloped the battlefield. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense seeped into the dantians of each immortal fighting. Very soon, the fused treasures in each immortal's dantian appeared one by one. It was clear at a glance, and Xiao Han felt like he was looking at the patterns on the palm of his hand. Xiao Han observed carefully, filtering the treasures one by one. Shockingly, Xiao Han saw a treasure fused in the dantian of a one-armed immortal, boots of divine speed, a speed-type Dharma treasure that increases one's speed by 5 times. Speed-type Dharma treasure. I finally found you. Xiao Han almost blurted out a roar. In his heart, there was a scorching heat. A 5 times increase in speed. This is too shocking. This is too shocking. To be continued. Chapter 626. After Xiao Han left the cave he was hiding in, he searched carefully along the way. Apart from finding several immortal corpses, he finally found immortals who were still alive in District 4. 9 immortals were engaged in a fierce battle of life and death. They each took out their life-saving immortal artifacts and attacked each other. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and limbs were broken. The battle between the two camps seemed to be evenly matched. Neither side could completely defeat the other. It was a fierce battle. Immortal blood was flowing like crazy. Almost every immortal who participated in the battle was exhausted. It was too tragic. The immortals' heart-wrenching screams, curses, and roars of anger were incessant. Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged behind a shaking mountain. His psychic wave was highly concentrated and covered the battlefield. The violent battle chi swept across like a hurricane, but Xiao Han sat there majestically, not moving an inch. Fortunately, Xiao Han's body was a special dual attribute immortal body. If he was an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to get close to the battlefield. Otherwise, he would be crushed by the aftermath of the battle. Even ordinary level 1 and level 2 perfected immortals wouldn't dare to come and watch the battle alone. The heavens are helping me. I actually found a speed-type Dharma treasure. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He had received some help from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, so he could see the Dharma treasures inside each immortal's dantian. This advantage finally came in handy. It allowed Xiao Han to have a targeted plan. Boots of speed. Speed increased by 5 times. Now, Xiao Han was determined to get the immortal who had the boots of speed in his dantian. However, Xiao Han wasn't impulsive. If he rushed out now, although the 9 immortals were at the end of their tether, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. After all, they were immortals. They might have Dharma treasures or trump cards that could be used to perish together with the enemy before they died. Xiao Han didn't want to take the risk. His psychic wave completely covered the battlefield, so everything was seen by Xiao Han. Just then, bang! Finally, in the fierce battle, a seriously injured immortal was killed by 2 other immortals, and his immortal body exploded. The moment the immortal's immortal body exploded, several rays of light darted out. The rays of light automatically shot into the body of the other immortal, causing the other immortal's magic treasures and points to skyrocket. The power of refinement also grew. However, before the immortal could react, a giant hand grabbed him from behind and crushed his chest. The immortal had already been killed by another immortal. The points, magical items, and power of assimilation had all been transferred to someone else. A chaotic battle. This was a complete melee. The immortal's eyes were completely bloodshot. In the span of a few dozen breaths, only 4 of the 9 immortals were left. The 4 immortals didn't stop there. They were still fighting each other, and they wouldn't stop until they were dead. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Han still did not make any moves, nor did he take any risks to attack. However, Xiao Han's psychic waves accurately gauged the remaining immortals' vitality and immortal power. If I rush out now and the 4 of them join forces against me, I might not be able to get away with it. Xiao Han was extremely calm. Wait. Wait for the best opportunity. Based on my psychic waves, these immortals have already lost their minds. They'll definitely fight to the end. Moreover, their immortal power is rapidly fading. I'll wait for the last surviving immortal. When the time comes, he'll take all the points and magic treasures of the other 8 immortals, and there won't be time to use the power of assimilation. That'll benefit me. Besides, killing an immortal at the end of his rope is as easy as flipping my hand. With his psychic power, Xiao Han was at ease. He patiently waited for the final battle of the 4 immortals. The development of the situation was exactly the same as what Xiao Han had imagined. After another bitter battle, only one of the 4 immortals survived. He was the final victor. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The last surviving immortal's left arm had been shattered, and there were several deep sword wounds on his chest. Immortal blood flowed uncontrollably, and his immortal chi was extremely dim. Cough, the immortal finally could not hold on any longer. He sat down on the ground and panted. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Above his head, there were tens of thousands of points. Xiao Han also noticed that there were more than 100 magic treasures in his body. Among them was the divine speed boots that Xiao Han was determined to get. Xiao Han used Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense to see through the bodies of these immortals and see the situation in their dantians. Xiao Han saw that there were 9 streams of power of assimilation in the immortals' dantian. They surged like a river and quickly converged into one. Boom! Boom! Crazily scouring. This copious power of assimilation was so powerful that it seemed to be able to break through the restrictions on any of the magic treasures in his body. In the face of this power of assimilation, Xiao Han's heart was itching. His heart was burning with excitement. If I can obtain this guy's power of assimilation, in addition to my own power of assimilation, it'll be great. Xiao Han secretly licked his lips. The power of his immortal body gradually tightened and condensed. At that moment, the immortal who was covered in blood and had a ferocious expression let out a hoarse laugh. The laughter mixed with the sound of coughing was extremely terrifying, like the sound of a demon from hell. Ha ha ha, cough cough, ha 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 ha. How tragic, this fight is so cruel. I didn't expect us immortals who ride cranes to be so crazy, to fight each other until one of us dies. I will never forget that fight, cough cough. I almost died, but, ha 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 ha, I survived. Ha 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 ha. Although I paid an extremely heavy price, the most important thing is that I survived. I plundered their points, magic treasures, and a huge amount of assimilation power. Ha 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 ha. This way, I can choose to assimilate one of the hundreds of magic treasures in my body. Then, with this magic treasure, I can turn the tide. After a pause, the immortal's eyes were filled with ambition and aspiration. Forget it, I'll quickly hide and choose a magic treasure to assimilate. With the assimilation power in my body, it shouldn't be a problem for me to assimilate an ordinary magic treasure. Once I assimilate the magic treasure and recover from my injuries, I'll be able to go on a killing spree. Today's injuries are worth it even if I fight with my life. After muttering to himself, the immortal used his willpower to force himself to stand up. However, at that moment, you have a good idea. Although your injuries are very serious, what you've obtained is completely worthy of what you've sacrificed. Let's not talk about other things. The hundreds of magic treasures in your body are completely like a dream to a level 2 true immortal. Of course, whether or not you can protect these magic treasures and prevent them from being taken away by others is another matter. Heh, it's possible that you've made a wedding dress for others. A lazy voice suddenly echoed in the immortal's ears. Who is it? The immortal was scared out of his wits. He had never imagined that after a bitter battle, when he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, there would be someone spying on him. I'm sorry, but everything you've obtained will be taken by me. In the blink of an eye, the immortal was terrified. He looked to the side and saw a young man charging at him from behind. Then, bang! A punch that exploded his body. Xiao Han did not show any mercy. With one blow, he smashed the immortal's immortal body into pieces. Puff! 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 Dense multicolored light burst out along with the immortal's dismembered body. Points. Magic treasures. The assimilation power. This time, Xiao Han had completely eaten until he turned into a fatty. A huge flow of heat blasted into Xiao Han's body and merged with the assimilation power that he had accumulated in his body. Moreover, the points above Xiao Han's head were extremely eye-catching. They had reached 25328. There were also more than 200 Dharma treasures in his dantian. Xiao Han's entire body was overflowing with colorful lights. The current situation was that the points and Dharma treasures that the 9 immortals had obtained from fighting to the death had all been plundered and devoured by Xiao Han. This is awesome. There are more than 200 Dharma treasures in my body. My assimilation power has also increased. Xiao Han was naturally ecstatic. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Calm down. Calm down. At a time like this, I can't get carried away. If I'm not careful, I might be killed by other immortals, just like the immortal I just killed. I can't be arrogant now. First, I need to find a secluded place to assimilate the boots of divine speed. With that thought in mind, Xiao Han took out his storage ring and put the corpses of the immortals into it. Then, he flew at a low altitude. Xiao Han was extremely nervous. He was afraid that he would encounter other immortals at this time. He extended his psychic power and looked for a suitable place to hide. Just as Xiao Han flew for more than 10 kilometers, his psychic power trembled twice. The first tremble was due to a few immortals flying toward Xiao Han. They were only a few kilometers away. The second tremble was due to Xiao Han's psychic power. Behind a chain of mountains, he had discovered a deep sea. The water was so deep that even Xiao Han's psychic power had to penetrate for several dozen seconds before reaching the bottom of the sea. This deep sea is more suitable for me to hide. With a thought, Xiao Han pushed himself to the limits of his speed. He circled around the mountain range and plunged into the deep sea. As soon as he entered the sea, Xiao Han released his spirit turtle True Qi to conceal his presence. His actions were as smooth as a hare leaping and a falcon swooping down. As soon as Xiao Han sank into the sea, a few immortals flew over from afar and stopped where Xiao Han had been earlier. Just now, our immortal senses seem to have discovered the aura of a mortal here. However, it's strange that the wisps of aura have disappeared without a trace. An indifferent immortal in green clothes frowned slightly. Senior brother, the 4th region is a place where immortals fight each other. How could mortals sneak in? Perhaps you're too nervous, and you're hallucinating. Ha ha ha. A female immortal chuckled. Senior brother, another female immortal urged. Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister, let's hurry up and find big brother Xingqinzi. Back in the immortal world, big brother Xingqinzi and I had a bit of a friendship. If we go seek refuge with him now, I'm sure he won't refuse. Then, let's go. Perhaps I really was too anxious and made a mistake. The indifferent immortal in azure couldn't help but nod. A lot of lone immortals have perished in the 4th region, and most of them have chosen to form teams. I heard that Master Xingqindi's team is very powerful. If we join him, we'll have some sort of safety net. Whoosh. 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 The immortals vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Han's entire body glowed with fluorescent light as he sank into the depths of the sea and sat down cross-legged on the sand. Chapter 627. After obtaining a large number of points and treasures, Xiao Han's first choice was to find a place to hide. At this moment, Xiao Han was sitting quietly at the bottom of an ocean that was tens of thousands of meters deep. He pushed the true qi of the spirit turtle to the limit, completely concealing the region where Xiao Han resided. With how deep the ocean was, even if immortals flew over the surface and released their immortal senses, they might not necessarily be able to find Xiao Han at the bottom of the ocean. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Han intentionally released the spirit turtle qi to create a feeling that he was one with the ocean. At the bottom of the ocean. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly and looked inside himself. Xiao Han saw that there were more than 200 Dharma treasures operating in his dantian. Apart from the immortal emperor's jade tablet of inheritance, there were also a large number of immortal pills, immortal arts, immortal swords, immortal armors, offensive treasures, defensive treasures. It was a dazzling array. At the same time, boom, 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 boom. A dragon-like power of refinement hoarded somewhere in Xiao Han's dantian. It produced a terrifying sound that was as hot as magma. By now, the power of refinement in Xiao Han's body had become extremely violent. After all, he had killed at least a dozen immortals. The amount of power of refinement he had collected was definitely extraordinary. Alright, I'll only use this power of refinement to break through one treasure. Xiao Han had a clear goal in mind. He willed it. Whoosh, in his dantian, a pair of battle boots wrapped in the restriction of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's consciousness moved slowly and reached the center of his dantian. The design of the battle boots was extremely simple. It was moon-white with some immortal formations engraved on it. Boots of speed. Forget about everything else. I'll use all the power of refinement in my dantian to break through this pair of boots of speed. Xiao Han licked his lips. Logically speaking, the most precious treasure in Xiao Han's dantian was the jade tablet of inheritance of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. However, Xiao Han also felt that the amount of power of refinement needed to break through the restriction of the jade tablet of inheritance was too terrifying. It was not something that he could achieve with the little power of refinement he had hoarded. In comparison, the amount of refining energy needed to open the jade token of inheritance was at least a few thousand times more than the amount needed to open the boots of divine speed. Xiao Han would not be so foolish as to temporarily waste the power of refinement on an inheritance jade pendant that could not be easily refined. These godly speed boots don't have any attack or defense attributes. They only increase one's speed. Moreover, after obtaining the godly speed boots, Xiao Han had a better understanding of its characteristics. The boots of divine speed can increase one's speed by 5 times. However, there is a limit. Xiao Han nodded. It doesn't increase one's speed infinitely, and not everyone can increase their speed by 5 times. Simply put, the maximum speed that this pair of boots can increase is the maximum speed of a level 4 true immortal. In other words, in fact, level 5 true immortals, and even some level 4 true immortals who are already very fast, basically don't need to use this little acceleration magic treasure. Oh. It can only increase one's speed to the maximum of a level 4 true immortal. But for me now, that's enough. Xiao Han was not concerned at all. One should know that Xiao Han had not learned any celestial skills. Although he had created an celestial body, his maximum speed was only equivalent to that of a level 2 true immortal. If he put on the boots of divine speed and increased his speed to that of a level 4 true immortal, it would be very impressive. Without further ado, Xiao Han wrapped his mind around the refining energy stored in his dantian, and then, boots of divine speed, refine it for me. The massive refinement force was like a tsunami crashing onto the shore, crashing into the sky. It bombarded the boots of divine speed. Poof, the torrent of refining energy was absorbed by the surface of the boots of divine speed. The immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mind restriction on the surface of the boots of divine speed absorbed the enormous refining energy, leaving not a single drop behind. Xiao Han concentrated his mind power. Boom boom boom, after absorbing the refining energy, the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mind restriction on the surface of the boots of divine speed began to break away. Melt. Shatter. The glorious aura of an immortal artifact broke out of the cocoon. I hope this refining energy can completely melt the restriction on the surface of the boots of divine speed, so that I can have this pair of combat boots that can increase my speed. Xiao Han's mouth was dry. At the same time, in the 4th district, the massacre among the immortals was still going on, and it was getting more and more intense. In the end, almost all the immortals who were left behind were killed. The immortals who were lucky enough to survive in the 4th district formed their own teams. Teams with close to 100 people. Teams with a dozen people or just a few people. Of course, even the largest team of immortals in the 4th district did not have more than 100 people. After all, the final number of survivors in the 4th district was only 100. Any team that exceeded this number would cause panic. At this moment, close to 100 immortals were entrenched in a valley basin. This was the largest team formed in the 4th district. A team of immortals led by Xing Qinzi. Including Xing Qinzi, there were 98 people. Just 2 more before the team was full. At this moment, Xing Qinzi was like a moon surrounded by stars. He sat cross-legged, and the points above his head had exceeded 100,000. Points were directly proportional to treasures. Such a terrifying number of points meant that the number of treasures in Xing Qinzi's body was astonishing. At the same time, the refining power that the sons of the stars had gained was also extraordinary. At this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from Xing Qinzi's dantian. His dantian undulated, and the subtle sound of ice melting could be heard from the inside out. Xing Qinzi was using the refining energy to refine the treasures in his body. Heh! Xing Qinzi's face was filled with pride. This pride couldn't be concealed, and came from the bottom of his heart. The dozens of immortals beside him had far fewer points than Xing Qinzi. After all, Xing Qinzi was the leader of the team. During the hunt, Xing Qinzi had taken all the advantages. Only the leftovers were left to be shared with the other immortals. However, Xing Qinzi had promised that once he successfully refined the treasures in his body, he would help the other immortals earn points, treasures, and refining energy. Big brother Xing Qinzi has already completed the 1,000 slaughter. More than 1,000 immortals have died at his hands. That's terrifying. Big brother Xing Qinzi is at the most critical moment of refining some of the treasures in his body. Big brother Xing Qinzi is too strong. His points are probably the highest among all the immortals in the 4th region. We've followed the right person to follow big brother Xing Qinzi. As a team, we'll definitely be able to break through the preliminaries and trample all the other immortals and teams to death. Ha ha ha, just then. Boom! Immortal energy surged above Xing Qinzi's head like a tide, and 2 pillars of immortal light burst forth. Unusual phenomena appeared. Heaven and earth shook. A huge pressure directly covered the area. Immortals in the surroundings couldn't help but drop to one knee. They fell silent out of fear. Ha 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 ha. I've finally succeeded. Xing Qinzi shot to his feet like a spring breeze. In the next moment, a taiji formation that was several acres large rose out of his body. Within the taiji diagram, a large number of immortal characters and arrays were outlined, emitting an enormous pressure that shook one's heart. A taiji formation. I've finally refined this taiji formation. Ha 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 ha. After killing more than 1,000 immortals and obtaining an enormous amount of refining energy, I've perfectly refined this taiji formation into my own treasure. Xing Qinzi shrieked. He seemed to have lost his composure, and his face was flushed with excitement. I've heard of this taiji formation back in the immortal world. Given my cultivation level, I didn't have the right to touch it, but now. Ha 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 ha. It's become my natal treasure. I've collected the refining energy from it and used it to break through Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will restriction on its surface. After refining it, it's a perfect fit with my soul. This way, I'll be able to wield at least half of the taiji formation's power. Now, I can at least kill a 4th grade true immortal at his peak with this treasure. I can even trap a 5th grade true immortal. Ha 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 ha. Xing Qinzi threw his head back and laughed. Congratulations, big brother Xing Qinzi. Congratulations. Congratulations. The immortals cheered one after another. The atmosphere was heated. Xing Qinzi pressed his hand down, and all the immortals held their breaths. After a brief pause, a vicious expression appeared on the Son of the Stars' face. Alright, I don't know if I'm the first person in Realm 4 to successfully refine a magical treasure. Perhaps other immortals have also obtained enough power to refine their own magical treasures. However, I'm afraid not many of them have been able to refine magical treasures as powerful as the taiji symbol. From now on, I'll lead you to slaughter in District 4. Wipe out everything. Kill all the other immortals. Follow me closely. I still have more than 1,000 treasures in me. As long as you perform well and remain loyal to me, I won't mind giving you some of the treasures I don't need. Yes. Thank you, big brother Xingqianzi. Let's go. Surround the other immortals in this area and end the preliminaries of District 4. Xingqianzi roared fiercely. The next moment, whoosh. 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 Nearly 100 immortals followed Xingqianzi and flew toward the east like a swarm of bees, brimming with murderous intent. At the bottom of the sea. Puff. The sound of an eggshell cracking came from Xiao Han's dantian. In the next moment, a faint beam of immortal light shot out from the top of Xiao Han's head, out of the sea, and into the sky. Ha 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 ha. I did it. Suddenly, Xiao Han opened his eyes and was overjoyed. Whoosh. Finally, the pair of Godspeed boots shot out of Xiao Han's dantian and floated in front of him. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine will restriction was no longer on the surface of the boots. I refined them. The refinement energy that I have gathered has finally succeeded in refining this pair of divine speed boots. I can increase my speed by 5 times. Xiao Han stood up, and a thought flashed through his mind. Xiao, the pair of Godspeed boots merged with Xiao Han's feet. However, at this moment, a cold laugh rang out in the sky above the deep sea. Come out, my friend hiding under the sea. S. Chapter 628. Just as Xiao Han was about to refine the boots of Godspeed, his whereabouts were discovered by a few immortals. To be more precise, Xiao Han's ability to conceal his presence was quite perfect. He wouldn't be easily discovered by the immortals. However, as soon as Xiao Han refined the boots of speed, the immortal chi emanating from the boots of speed shot out of the sea and into the clouds. A plume of immortal chi lingered in the air above the deep sea like a beacon, piercing through the clouds and the surface of the sea. 5 immortals hovered in the air above the sea, staring at the plume of immortal chi. What a cunning fellow. I can't believe he's hiding in the deep sea, an immortal with a thin face said with a smile, holding a war saber in his hand. We were almost fooled by him. We just flew out of the deep sea, but this plume of immortal chi exposed his whereabouts and forced us to turn back. The immortal who spoke didn't have many points above his head. He only had a little over 3,000 points. The other 4 immortals didn't even have 3,000 points. The 5 immortals seemed to be a small team. They were hunting lone immortals in a team. Big brother Lu Xingzi, this immortal chi seems to be coming from an immortal artifact. If I'm not mistaken, an immortal must be refining an immortal artifact at the bottom of the sea. A short immortal said. The rest of the immortals were on high alert upon hearing this. The thin-faced immortal said disdainfully. I also know that an immortal is refining an immortal artifact at the bottom of the sea, and it looks like he's succeeded. However, don't be afraid. Look at the trace of immortal chi. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive power. In fact, it's very weak. If I'm not mistaken, that fellow at the bottom of the sea refined an immortal artifact. It must be a useless immortal artifact. He's just a coward who hid and refined a trash immortal artifact. Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? The other 4 immortals nodded in agreement. One of the female immortals pursed her lips into a smile. That's right, big brothers. We have some treasures in our bodies, but they're all trash. With the power of refinement that we've obtained, we can also refine it. However, there's no point in refining low-quality magic treasures. It's better to hoard the refining power and refine magic treasures that have stronger offensive or defensive power. No matter what, let's find that fellow at the bottom of the sea, kill him, and plunder his points. We'll obtain the refining power of the treasures from him, the thin immortal roared at the surface of the sea. Friend hiding at the bottom of the sea, don't be a coward anymore. We've already discovered you. Come out quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. At the bottom of the sea. Oh. I accidentally revealed the immortal aura of the Boots of Speed and was discovered by an immortal passing by the sea. Xiao Han was very calm. At this moment, Xiao Han's legs, which were wearing the divine movement boots, were flowing with brilliant colors. All types of immortal symbols pervaded the air, appearing extremely mystical. Soon, the pair of godly speed boots fused perfectly with Xiao Han's bones and blood vessels, becoming his natal immortal treasure. The immortal chi of the boots dimmed and fused with Xiao Han's legs. Now, when Xiao Han used this immortal artifact, the boots of divine speed, he could control it as he pleased. I can activate the boots of speed with a thought and double the speed. Xiao Han knew the characteristics of the boots of speed like the back of his hand. I have a special dual attribute immortal body, so my speed limit is similar to that of a level 2 true immortal. Also, if a level 2 true immortal uses a speed limit immortal skill, my speed is far inferior to theirs. But now that I have the boots of speed, I can increase my speed by 5 times, so my speed limit is equivalent to that of a level 4 true immortal. Moreover, any level 2 true immortal can't compare to my speed limit even if they use a superior speed limit immortal skill. Unless a level 2 true immortal also has a treasure that can increase speed. I've gained the upper hand in terms of stamen as well. I'm sure there aren't many immortals who can match up to my stamen. Xiao Han smiled excitedly. Then, he rose into the air, rising above the surface of the sea and into the sky. In the sky, 5 immortals, 4 men and 1 woman, were waiting for Xiao Han to come out. As soon as Xiao Han rose into the sky, he was surrounded by the 5 immortals. What? He's immortal? As soon as Xiao Han appeared, the thin-looking immortal screamed. The other 4 immortals were also amazed. Then, they noticed the points above Xiao Han's head, 2, 5, 3, 2, 8 inch. How many points? The 5 immortals roared at the same time. Moreover, their eyes were wide open, and their pupils gradually turned red. It should be noted that the thin-looking immortal had the most points among the 5 immortals, but he only had a little more than 3,000 points. It was not even a fraction of Xiao Han's points. Fat sheep. Brother Lu Xingzi. We've actually discovered a fat sheep. TSK, this mortal is worse than a pig or a dog, yet he has so many points. He must have a lot of treasures in his body. Another celestial's eyes bulged as if he wanted to devour Xiao Han immediately. He, mortal little friend, did you secretly refine an immortal item just now? What kind of immortal item is it? Take it out and let me see, the female immortal asked Xiao Han while giggling. The 5 immortals were naturally fearless. They had already surrounded Xiao Han. They believed that with their abilities, they would definitely be able to deal with Xiao Han in a 5-on-1 situation. Hey, it's not a big deal. It's just an ordinary immortal item, a small toy. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. Xiao Han's attitude was extremely calm. After a pause, Xiao Han asked, the 5 of you seem to be in a small group. The 5 of you seem to be in a small group. TSK. Are immortals in the 4th region starting to form groups? That's right. Immortals who are alone have all fallen. They've all perished, the female immortal said with a coquettish laugh. Mortal little brother, are you interested in joining our group? Ha, the other immortals all laughed mockingly. Xiao Han also laughed, then said. Right, how many immortals are left in the 4th region now? I'm afraid I can't join your group. Just the 5 of you? Ha, you're too weak. I'm afraid you'll be swallowed by other groups in the blink of an eye. Kid, you talk too much nonsense. Immortal Pristine Claw sneered when he heard this. Don't think that you're fearless just because you refine some trash treasure. You're immortal. Even if you can refine treasures, you won't be able to use much of their power. It'll be easy for us to take you down. Forget it, I'll kill you now and take your points and the treasure in your dantian first. Wait, the female immortal stopped him. Then, she looked at Xiao Han cautiously. She said softly. Mortal little friend, you've obtained so many points. How many immortals have you killed? The 5 immortals stared at Xiao Han. Yes, there must be something fishy about a mortal having tens of thousands of points. Oh. Xiao Han said, feigning ignorance. I only killed 1 immortal, yet I obtained these points and countless treasures. When I ran into that immortal, he was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Oh. So you were just lucky. The immortals came to a sudden realization. The female immortal finally relaxed. She continued to smile seductively, her eyes as clear as water. However, there was a hint of coldness in her voice. Mortal little friend, I can tell you that there are less than 10,000 immortals left in the 4th region. The most powerful group in the entire 4th region is the group led by the Star Child. Alright, I'll make an exception and answer your question. Now, you can die. To everyone's surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a flash of afterimages. Xiao Han had vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, the female immortal's expression froze. At the position of her dantian, there was a huge hole. Her immortal blood gushed out. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This, Xiao Han was already standing behind the female immortal with a grin on his face. The other 4 immortals were at a loss for what to do. They hadn't even seen how the female immortal had been attacked. All they saw was a flash of a figure, then the female immortal's dantian was pierced through. You killed me? The female immortal turned to look at Xiao Han with difficulty. Blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Xiao Han nodded innocently. The next moment, the female immortal's immortal body exploded. Dead. Just now, Xiao Han had suddenly used the boots of divine speed to accelerate himself. With 5 times his maximum speed, which was the speed of a level 4 true immortal, he had rushed to the front of the female true immortal and punched her body. The female immortal's thoughts and reactions were completely unable to keep up. Of course, the reason why Xiao Han was able to kill the immortal and punch through her body with 1 punch was because of his fast movement technique. On the other hand, he was also very strong. If he was just fast, he wouldn't have been able to kill the immortal if his attack power wasn't strong enough. The maximum attack power of 40 immortal dragons and the speed of a level 4 true immortal, indeed, the attack power is unbelievably strong. Xiao Han was extremely satisfied. Roar. Brat. How dare you sneak attack? Die. Immortal Pristine Cloud's voice was trembling. He seemed to understand that the mortal in front of him was not easy to deal with. Suddenly, Immortal Pristine Cloud struck with his palm. The palm was piercingly cold, sucking up all the air within a radius of thousands of meters. Even the sea was evaporated. However, this sure-kill palm strike failed to hit Xiao Han. The immortals looked up and saw that Xiao Han was already standing in the void thousands of meters away, a smile on his face. He was completely unharmed. Xiao Han's speed was even faster than the immortals. Lu Shengzi. Big brother Lu Shengzi, this kid's speed is as fast as a ghost. The immortals all realized what was going on. However, whoosh. An afterimage flashed. Bam! Immortal Pristine Cloud's head suddenly exploded. As for Xiao Han, he had already moved over from thousands of meters away. After blowing up Immortal Qingyan's head, he stood in the opposite direction from where he had been standing. Immortal Pristine Cloud had fallen. The female Immortal and Immortal Pristine Cloud's points, treasures, and refining power were all taken by Xiao Han. Ah! No! Mortals, no! Stop killing. Give up. Everyone, please, we shouldn't have offended you, please stop killing. Xiao Han had killed 2 immortals in a row. The remaining 3 immortals were scared out of their wits and begged for mercy. However, whoosh. 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 Xiao Han's figure flashed 3 times at lightning speed. Bang. 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 The heads of the remaining 3 immortals exploded at almost the same time. Xiao Han stood on the spot, his eyes filled with shock. Killing these immortals is as easy as eating and drinking. Although the strength of my immortal body is powerful, it's extremely clumsy and doesn't have any technique to speak of. But now, with the help of my immortal body, technique isn't important anymore. This is what it means to be fast in all martial arts. Awesome. This is awesome. To be continued, are you? Chapter 629. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Han killed the 5 immortals in an instant. He didn't give them any chance to turn the tables. Simple and brutal. Almost instant kills. Before that, Xiao Han had just created an Earth Lightning dual attribute immortal body. His physical body's offense and defense had reached the level of an ordinary level 4 perfected immortal, with 40 immortal dragons' power. But Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, and the other immortals had said that Xiao Han couldn't win against a level 2 perfected immortal, unless he pretended to be weak and launched a sneak attack. It's also difficult to kill a perfected immortal head-on. A perfected immortal was proficient in all kinds of immortal spells and divine abilities, and had all kinds of Dharma treasures and trump cards. Xiao Han's immortal power was strong, but he didn't have any techniques to speak of. He was clumsy when fighting an immortal. But now that Xiao Han had refined the boots of speed, his offensive and defensive power were on par with an ordinary level 4 perfected immortal. That way, he would be like a tiger with wings. He couldn't fight an immortal one-on-one. Xiao Han was in a daze as he watched the corpses of the 5 immortals fall to the ground. He raised his hands and looked at them, forgetting all about humiliation. Mortals had killed immortals without using any evil arts. They had killed them face to face with their fists. This was an indescribable tempering for Xiao Han's mind. But soon, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts and put the immortal corpses into his storage ring. He would use the monster monarch's palm to slowly devour and refine them when he got out. At the same time, countless rays of auspicious energy from the 5 immortals shot into Xiao Han's dantian. Xiao Han's points rose. All the way up. They reached 38328. The Dharma treasures in his dantian activated. More than 300. Moreover, the power of refinement that erupted from the bodies of these immortals was like a trickle, gurgling, warm, and boiling. It converged into a river in Xiao Han's dantian, condensing and hoarding somewhere. Xiao Han didn't use the refining power for now. Then, Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts. Now, I'm not sure. There should be thousands of immortals left in the 4th region, and they've already formed their own teams. If I want to get into the top 100, I'll have to keep killing immortals. However, the lone immortals have all been killed. I need to face some teams directly. By the way, it's said that the Son of the Stars team is the most powerful and most powerful. When he thought of the son of Xing Qinzi, Xiao Han also frowned slightly. Before entering the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, Xiao Han's brows were slightly furrowed. The fact that Xiao Han had beaten a hero who had been blessed by the Son of the Stars to pieces and provoked the Son of the Stars meant that the Son of the Stars had a deep enmity with him that could not be easily resolved. Xiao Han hadn't expected that he would run into his mortal enemy, the Son of the Stars, in the 4th realm. Xiao Han also had a vague premonition that a battle to the death between him and the son of Xing Qinzi would definitely take place. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned his surroundings with psychic fluctuations and keenly sensed that a few immortals were surrounding him from all directions and attacking him at breakneck speed. It seems that a team has discovered me and is surrounding me. With a thought, immortal light flashed under Xiao Han's feet, and he drifted away, leaving no traces behind. Not long after Xiao Han disappeared, a dozen or so immortals flew toward him from all directions, all of them brimming with killing intent. The immortal in the lead was a skinny young man with a white cloth wrapped around his head. His expression was cold, and the points above his head had reached 50,000. Big brother Fei Hongzi, that guy got away. The dozen or so immortals surrounded the skinny young man. Clearly, the skinny young man was the leader of this group of immortals. Yes. Fei Hongzhi nodded slightly, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At this stage of the game, it's no longer easy to kill an immortal and gain points and power of refinement. Instead, we'll have to team up and fight them. Listen up, what we need to do now is find a team with fewer people and surround them. I have an offensive magical treasure I'm interested in, and I need a little more power of refinement before I can completely refine it for my own use. All of you have to help me obtain that bit of power of refinement. Once I gain control of that magical treasure, our lives will be much easier. Brother Fei Hongzhi, you'll definitely lead us out of this encirclement. The immortals were all fawning over him. By the way, Big Brother Fei Hongzhi, there must be a lot of immortals who have refined some of the magical treasures in their bodies. It doesn't matter. Only a few immortals managed to refine powerful and useful magic treasures. The rest probably only refined some useless magic treasures. We just have to be careful, Fei Hongzhi said, waving his hand. The magical treasure I want to refine isn't useless. Humph. I'd rather not have it than have it. Let's go. Xiao, the large group of immortals disappeared without a trace. Xiao Han flew quickly through the air. His mental strength spread out to monitor the situation in his surroundings. The current Xiao Han was no longer hiding. He was more like a hunter. Xiao Han had already inspected the magic treasures he'd looted from the 5 immortals he'd killed. Most of the magic treasures were useless. Some of the more offensive ones required more refining power, and Xiao Han didn't want to refine them so easily. After all, he could perfectly use auxiliary magic treasures, such as the Boots of Speed, but if he wanted to use offensive and defensive magic treasures, he would not be able to perfectly unleash the power of these magic treasures as a mortal. He should first accumulate the power of refinement and use it at a critical moment. Good steel should be used on the blade. Most of the land in the 4th region consisted of plains and mountains, but there were some deserts as well. A group of immortals was currently walking through the desert, looking around. There were about 40 of them, and they were considered a relatively strong group. The leader was an immortal. The points floating above his head had exceeded 80,000. His entire body was shimmering with immortal light. He'd clearly refined some kind of immortal artifact. Boss, with your current points, you're definitely in the top 100 of the 4th region. But our points aren't good enough, sigh. The immortals following behind sighed. Don't be so long-winded. Don't worry, I'll lead you out of the encirclement. The leader of the immortals said coldly. With this offensive immortal artifact I've refined, I can even kill a level 3 true immortal. Humph. Xiao Han poked his head out from behind a huge sand dune on the left side of the desert. His gaze and mental strength focused on the group of immortals walking through the desert. After observing for a while, Xiao Han shook his head slightly. It's been 7 days. I'm in the 4th region. I've been in the 4th region for a long time and encountered many groups of immortals along the way. But I haven't had a chance to attack. Xiao Han had been very sullen during the past 7 days. He'd wanted to find a chance to kill more immortals, but he hadn't expected to encounter so many groups of immortals along the way. For example, groups of a dozen or dozens of immortals. Although Xiao Han was fast, he didn't dare attack them directly. Now, Xiao Han was certain of one thing. There were definitely no lone immortals. He was probably the only lone immortal in the entire 4th region. His luck wasn't good either. In the past 7 days, Xiao Han hadn't encountered any groups that fought each other to the death, so he hadn't been able to take advantage of them. If this goes on, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to kill immortals and gain points and refining power. Xiao Han was anxious and worried. I need a great amount of refinement power in order to break through the will restriction outside the inheritance jade plate. Just then, there's a thief lurking in the dark. He's courting death. The leader of the group walking through the desert suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the sand dune where Xiao Han was hiding. Boom! A sharp immortal attack slammed into the sand dune. Space shattered, the air twisted and evaporated. Bang! The sand dune was blasted into nothingness. A huge crater had appeared in that area. Boss, did you kill him? A look of surprise flashed across the leader's eyes before he softly said. That was fast. It looks like he refined a shoe-type Dharma treasure. Naturally, Xiao Han had left before the leader could unleash his killing blow. Ordinary level, 2 true immortals might not be able to hit Xiao Han even with their Dharma treasures, unless they were besieged by a group of immortals or had extremely powerful Dharma treasures. Xiao Han flew for dozens of kilometers, then sat on the bank of a small river, extremely depressed. I wonder when I'll be able to kill immortals and obtain the power to refine them again. Those teams of immortals are also swallowing each other up. Some of the weaker teams are trying to survive in the cracks, but I'm afraid they've already been destroyed. I won't even have a chance to hunt them. Do I, Xiao Han, have to join some team? Xiao Han shook his head and laughed at the thought. Forget it. Why should I trust others with my back? I'm afraid I can't find an immortal I can trust in the 4th region. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind trembled. Several immortals were slowly walking toward him from several miles away. There are only 3 immortals. Xiao Han was shocked. Currently, Xiao Han did not dare to attack a group of immortals with more than 10 immortals. It was too risky. However, Xiao Han was confident he could kill a group of immortals with less than 10 immortals. Yet, there were only 3 immortals within the range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. Xiao Han could kill 3 immortals in an instant. Ha 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 ha. It's like a pie falling from the sky. I can't believe there's such a small group of immortals here. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, when Xiao Han scanned them with his mind, he discovered he knew all 3 immortals. Xiao Han was very familiar with their celestial consciousness. 2 of the immortals were old acquaintances of Xiao Han. One of the 2 immortals who had descended into Xiao Han's realm was Yu Yangzi, and the other was He Zi. As for the other immortal, Xiao Han had also seen him before. That day, when Xiao Han was hiding in the cave, he discovered a couple of immortals plotting against each other. The female immortal would seduce the other immortals, and the husband and wife would join forces to kill them. At this moment, the immortal in Xiao Han's mind was none other than the female immortal, Zi Xia Fairy. Oh. Yu Yang Zi and He Bai Zi are actually together with this female immortal. I'm afraid this is bad. Xiao Han thought to himself. To be continued, are you? Chapter 630. Originally, when these 3 immortals approached Xiao Han's location, Xiao Han was overjoyed. He wanted to use his lightning-fast methods to kill them and obtain the points and power of refinement he needed. Ibdu. But he discovered that 2 of the 3 immortals were his friends. Among the immortals who descended to Xiao Han's plane, a portion of them had always been on good terms with Xiao Han. Needless to say, Jia Lanzi, Tiamizi, Su Huizi, Shi Yangzi, and other immortals also got along well with Xiao Han. Now, Yu Yangzi and He Zi were also Xiao Han's friends. Xiao Han slightly restrained his killing intent. Naturally, he would not kill his friends for points and power of refinement. On the contrary, Xiao Han was happy to meet his old friends in the 4th region. However, Yu Yangzi and He Zi were actually together with Fairy Zi Xia. This was thought-provoking. Fairy Zi Xia? This female immortal and her husband conspired to use all kinds of despicable methods. They did not hesitate to sacrifice their bodies to lure immortals into their trap. Then, they let the husband and wife kill each other. Heh! What a coincidence, I just happened to eavesdrop on their plan. Xiao Han smiled coldly. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental fluctuation became more concentrated. It enveloped Yu Yangzi and the other 2 immortals, and he clearly heard their conversation. Fairy Zi Xia, thank you. At this moment, Yu Yangzi and He Zi looked at Fairy Zi Xia with slight gratitude. Big brothers, no need to be so polite. Fairy Zi Xia smiled sweetly and said softly. Now, the game in the fourth region has already reached the most critical moment. It had already reached the most crucial moment. It is simply at a white-hot stage. If you two don't join some teams, I'm afraid. But don't worry, my husband has already gathered a group of like-minded immortals and formed a team to fight against the other teams of immortals. Now, I solemnly invite you two to join me and my husband's team. Fairy Xia's words were indeed delicate and gentle. There was even a hint of tenderness in them that made it difficult for people to resist. Inadvertently, Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi looked at Xia Fairy with fascination. Xia Fairy saw the attitudes of Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi. An imperceptible killing intent flashed through her pure eyes. Then, she said coquettishly, "Big brothers, your immortal energy is strong. In the future, we will be a team. I hope that the two of you can help me at the critical moment. You have to protect this little sister. This little sister will definitely repay the two big brothers." This young and tender voice, coupled with her charming facial features and skin that was as smooth as white jade, was indeed very charming. She's really treacherous. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to guard against such an act. Xiao Han saw everything. Looks like brother Yu Yangzi and brother Haizi have completely trusted this B***TCH. However, if I didn't eavesdrop on the conversation between Fairy Xia and her husband, and if I didn't sense her subtle emotional fluctuations through her psyche waves, I'm afraid I would have fallen into her trap. Now, this B***TCH clearly wants to lead brother Yu Yangzi and brother Haizi into a trap and kill them secretly, but, since I've encountered this, why don't I beat her at her own game? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Kill this bitch and her husband. Plunder points and magic treasures, and refine them. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Han used this sudden inspiration in his mind to form a plan. Beat her at her own game. At the same time, Yu Yangzi, Hei Hei Zi, and Xia Fairy had already discovered Xiao Han. Big brothers. There seems to be the aura of a lone person ahead. Xia Fairy said in surprise. Indeed. But, it seems to be the aura of a mortal, not an immortal. Yu Yangzi frowned. This is strange. In the 4th district, where tens of thousands of immortals are competing, why would a mortal appear? Wait. It seems to be brother Xiao Han. Hei Hei Zi's eyes lit up. It seems to be brother Xiao Han's aura. Suddenly, Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi's eyes lit up, filled with an extremely complicated emotion. Then, they quickly walked in Xiao Han's direction. Xia Fairy was puzzled. She followed closely behind and kept talking. Mortal? Xiao Han? Big brothers, this. It should be Xiao Han, a mortal friend we met when we descended, Yu Yangzi said fervently. Xia, don't look down on brother Xiao Han. Although he's immortal, his miraculousness is not inferior to us immortals. We admire his various methods. Even big brother Jia Lanzi sincerely admires brother Xiao Han. Yes, brother Xiao Han will become an immortal sooner or later. His future development in the immortal world will be like a rainbow, and his future will be limitless. Hei Hei Zi said with a serious face. For some reason, when Xiao Han was mentioned, the two immortals, Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi's bad luck was swept away, and their faces revealed proud expressions. Xia Fairy said calmly. Yes, I believe you two big brothers. Then, please introduce me to the outstanding talent among the mortals, Xiao Han. Xiao Han was also waiting to reunite with an old friend. Thus, he stood motionless, and a smile appeared on his face. This smile came from the heart. Soon, Yu Yangzi, Hei Hei Zi, and Xia Fairy walked towards Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao Han. Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi suddenly laughed out loud. Then, their figures flashed, and they appeared next to Xiao Han. The three looked at each other and laughed. Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi did not have any fear towards Xiao Han. They were extremely sincere. And it was the same for Xiao Han. In this game where lives were easily lost, where immortals killed each other, and where they schemed against each other, to be able to meet an old friend was indeed a shocking thing. Big brothers, how are you doing in the fourth region? Xiao Han asked, slightly excited. This. Yu Yangzi and He He Zi exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was also a look of resentment. Xiao Han looked at their expressions. He saw the points above Yu Yangzi's head. It was only 1,700 points, and He He Zi only 2,100 points. Up to now, with such points, they could barely survive in the fourth region. Looking at their expressions, Xiao Han did not need to think to know. Their situation must be very miserable. They must have been hunted down everywhere, and they must have suffered some humiliation. Hiss. Brother Xiao Han, your points. Suddenly, Yu Yangzi raised his head and saw Xiao Han's points. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. 38,328 points. Brother Xiao Han, this is too terrifying. You actually obtained such a huge number of points in this region filled with immortals. You. He He Zi was also completely in disbelief. Fairy Zi Xia's eyes were wide open. An unconcealable greed swept across her eyes. Her heart was trembling. Close to 40,000 points. With such points, he might not be in the top 100 in the entire fourth region, but he would at least be in the top 300. In other words, the number of Dharma treasures in his body is also close to 400. Wealth. This guy is a moving treasure trove. As long as I kill him, then. Fairy Zi Xia was so excited that she felt dizzy. She tried her best to control herself. She put on a gentle and kind expression and walked directly towards Xiao Han. Oh, you must be my little friend Xiao Han. You are indeed handsome, a dragon among men. Just now, I heard Yu Yangzi and He He Zi praise you. Heh. A charming look was cast towards Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han deliberately pretended to be confused. You are? This Fairy Zi Xia was clearly doing better than Yu Yangzi and He He Zi. She also had 9,500 points. This bitch's points are close to 10,000. I'm afraid her man's points are even higher. I'll kill this immortal world's adulterous couple and earn a lot. It's also a good thing. Xiao Han's heart was also filled with killing intent. Oh, you can call me Zi Xia, Fairy Zi Xia said tenderly. Hello, Zi Xia. Xiao Han was also extremely friendly. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but their expressions were extremely polite, as if they respected each other. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Yu Yangzi and He He Zi again. Brothers, how many of the immortals that descended to my plane have entered the fourth region? Yu Yangzi gritted his teeth. Brother Xiao Han, in fact, it should only be me, Brother He He Zi, and Su Huizi. The three of us entered the fourth region. Brother Jiao Lanzi and the others should be in other regions. Su Huizi? Xiao Han asked curiously. Then where is Brother Su Huizi now? Towards Su Huizi, Xiao Han was extremely respectful. Back then, when Su Huizi came to Xiao Han's plane, he didn't use his status to bully the mortals. Instead, he treated the mortals' illnesses in the Western Barren Lands and gave them many benefits. Who wouldn't respect such an immortal? Compared to the likes of the Son of Heaven and the Son of Spectre, his character was much more noble. Where is Big Brother Su Huizi? Xiao Han blurted out. Now, with the addition of Big Brother Su Huizi, we can form a small team and trust each other. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao Han. Yu Yangzi and He He Zi's faces dimmed. Their eyes were filled with rage and hatred. Su Huizi was originally with us in Burrow 4. The three of us were a small team. However, Su Huizi was killed 3 days ago. He died. What? Hearing this, Xiao Han's body shook, and then he became furious. Big Brother Su Huizi died? This. Big Brother Su Huizi has always been a kind person, I didn't think. Xiao Han quickly calmed down. Who did it? Big brothers, did you two avenge Big Brother Su Huizi? I'm afraid we won't be able to get revenge, Yu Yangzi cried bitterly. It was Son of Stars and his men. Master Xing Qinzi's faction is enormous, and he's gathered nearly 100 immortals to hunt down weaker immortal factions. A few days ago, the three of us ran into a squad of 15 immortals under Master Xing Qinzi's command. They surrounded us and tried to kill us. In the end, Su Huizi was killed in order to protect the two of us. One of Master Xing Qinzi's subordinates beheaded him with a single slash. Son of Stars. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with killing intent. Big Brother Su Huizi, don't worry. I, Xiao Han, will definitely avenge you. To be continued. Chapter 631. To Xiao Han, Su Huizi's death was like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Han had long since considered Jiao Lanzi, Tao Tai, Su Huizi, and the other kind-hearted immortals his friends. How could Xiao Han not be filled with righteous indignation when he heard that his friend had died a horrible death? However, Xiao Han wasn't impulsive. He quickly regained his composure. For some unknown reason, after reuniting with Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi and He Zi felt as if they had found a lighthouse, their backbone, and even some spiritual support. This was very strange. How could immortals have such a reverent attitude toward mortals? Even Yu Yangzi and He Zi couldn't explain it. They all felt that as long as they stayed by Xiao Han's side, they would be able to overcome this obstacle. This was probably because Xiao Han had single-handedly contended with Sun Firmament, Child Netherspirit, and the other extraordinary immortals without being at a disadvantage. Even Yu Yangzi and the other immortals admired him. Little friend Xiao Han, you don't have to take it to heart. In this game, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. The strong will kill the weak. It's survival of the fittest. There's no need to be sad. Fairy Zixia pretended to console him. You're right, but it was my friend who was killed. Of course I'm angry, and I'll avenge him, Xiao Han said coldly. Fairy Zixia choked on Xiao Han's words. An imperceptible malice flashed through her eyes, then she smiled. Little friend Xiao Han, you're really loyal. Loyal and loyal. But Sun Xingqianzi's forces are enormous. He has elite troops and he himself has more than 100,000 points. He's even refined a magic treasure. Little friend Xiao Han, it'll be very difficult for you to avenge Su Huizi. You must take your time to think. Hearing this, Xiao Han knew that Fairy Zixia was definitely trying to lure him to her husband and then kill him. However, Xiao Han didn't bat an eyelid. Oh. Take my time to think. What should we do about it? Zixia Fairy sorted out her thoughts and said with a straight face. Xiao Han, young friend, Bai Xiaochun said, a large number of immortals have perished in the fourth realm. Originally, there were close to 40,000 immortals, but now there are only a few thousand left. There were definitely no lone immortals. The Son of the Stars was strong not because he himself was strong, but because he formed an extremely strong team. I heard that Master Xing Qindi has a total of 99 immortals working for him. Including him, that's a total of 100. Apparently, they're going to kill all of the other immortals in the fourth region. Well, there's no way we're going to just sit around and let Master Xing Qindi kill us. We have to join forces too. Zixia Fairy used her glib tongue to trick Xiao Han. Why was Su Huizi killed? It was because the team was too weak. In other words, Yu Yangzi, He Zi, and Su Huizi had formed a small team. Such a small team could easily be surrounded and killed by other large teams. Previously, I've already tried to persuade Big Brother Yu Yangzi and Big Brother Heizi. They've agreed to join my team. Let's work together and trust each other to fight against the insane Son of Stars. Oh. Zixia, your team? Xiao Han asked with a smile. What team? Brother Xiao Han, sister Zixia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, have formed a team. She invited us to join them, and we agreed, Yu Yangzi said to Xiao Han, a hint of helplessness in his voice. At the same time, He Zi sent a soul transmission to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, there's nothing we can do. The current situation is beyond our control. If we don't join the team, we'll die for sure. We've met Fairy Zixia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, once in the immortal world, so we can be considered friends. Moreover, they haven't done anything bad in the immortal world, so we can probably trust them. Alas, it's a lie to say that we can trust them completely in this situation. But we have no choice but to take a gamble. Big brother He Zi, I understand what you mean. Xiao Han hastily sent a soul transmission to He Zi. Leave this to me. We can temporarily join this couple's team. We'll take action as we see fit. If anything goes wrong, we'll immediately take some emergency measures. Alright, brother Xiao Han. You're wise and resourceful. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Yangzi and I will follow your lead, He Zi agreed. Xiao Han didn't tell his plan to He Zi and Yu Yangzi yet. Fairy Zixia, Xiao Han pretended to ponder as he lifted his head to look at Fairy Zixia. How many people do you have in your team? Including us, husband and wife, we have 8. But if little friend Xiao Han, big brother Yu Yangzi, and big brother He Zi join the team, then we'll have a total of 11 people, Fairy Zixia said hastily. A team of 11 might not be enough to crush the other teams, but it's more than enough to protect ourselves. Furthermore, my wife and I will use our connections to unite the other immortals in District 4, so that our team will continue to grow stronger. If that's the case. Xiao Han didn't agree immediately. Instead, he pretended to be racking his brains to weigh the pros and cons. We'll listen to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han's idea is the same as mine and He Zi's. Yu Yangzi said without hesitation. Fairy Zixia was stunned. She looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. She was puzzled. This mortal is too strange. He actually made 2 immortals admire him so much and listen to him. However, his points are abundant. Could it be that he has some extraordinary means or some powerful offensive celestial artifact? Thinking of this, Fairy Zixia asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. Little friend Xiao Han, looking at your points, you must have slaughtered hundreds of immortals. I'm really impressed. Does Brother Xiao have a powerful immortal weapon to help you? Oh. Points. Xiao Han pretended to be ignorant. Speaking of these points, I'm ashamed. Yesterday, I encountered an immortal who was on the verge of death. He had tens of thousands of points above his head, and he was on his last breath. I caught him off guard and killed him with a sneak attack. I plundered a large number of points. This is also luck. As for immortal weapons, I don't have any. After all, I'm just a mortal. Even if I had immortal weapons, I wouldn't be able to use them to kill immortals. I see. Fairy Zixia nodded. Her doubts were dispelled, and she spoke earnestly. Little friend Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about anything. If the 3 of you act alone, I'm afraid, sooner or later, you'll become meat on the chopping block. It's better to cooperate. Don't worry, Xiao Han, my young friend. You can trust us. You can ask Yu Yangzi and Black and White. When we were in the immortal world, we always followed the rules and didn't do anything outrageous, Zixia Fairy said solemnly after a pause. Besides, you're all Brother Jia Lanzi's friends. In the immortal world, Brother Jia Lanzi is a big shot that we can't afford to offend. Yes. With Brother Jia Lanzi as our backer, we don't have to worry about anything. Xiao Han pretended to be happy. But in his heart, he sneered. At a time like this, Brother Jia Lanzi's name is not enough. Do you think I don't know about this? Good. The 3 of us will join Fairy Zixia's team. Let's work together. Fight to the death with that traitor Xing Qinzi. Fight to the end. Xiao Han said with great passion. Yes. Fairy Zixia nodded. But in her heart, she was full of disdain. Just a fledgling. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by working together? How stupid. You're all fat sheep, pigs and dogs that my husband and I have raised. After we fatten you up, we'll slaughter you and take your points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Especially this mortal Xiao Han. He has tens of thousands of points and hundreds of Dharma treasures. Really? I can't help but want to kill him now. Then, let's hurry up. About a few hundred miles away is where our team is stationed. It's also very secretive, Fairy Zixia said hurriedly. Okay. Xiao Han nodded. Then, they flew at a low altitude toward the east. If we encounter other teams along the way, don't fight with them. After all, there are only 4 of us. If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's meet up with my husband first, then come out to hunt those smaller teams, Fairy Zixia ordered. Okay, Fairy Zixia, we'll do as you say. Xiao Han didn't object. The 3 immortals and 1 person flew quickly. During the flight, Xiao Han didn't use the boots of divine speed. Instead, he deliberately used his true qi to fly. Therefore, his flying speed was extremely slow. In the end, it was Black and White who carried him. Fairy Zixia was full of disdain. In her heart, she was even more certain that Xiao Han was just lucky enough to kill a dying immortal with a lot of points. You guys, my husband and I will eat you up. Fairy Zixia's mouth twitched into a cold smile. The 4 of them flew for hundreds of miles, but they didn't encounter any other teams of immortals along the way. Soon, a huge volcano appeared in front of the 4 of them. My husband and the other immortals are at the foot of this volcano, Fairy Zixia said with a smile. At the same time, Fairy Zixia immediately used a special voice transmission technique to send a message to her husband. Big brother, I've tricked 2 immortals and a mortal. That mortal is a fat sheep with tens of thousands of points. However, we can make use of them first. Let them fight with other teams of immortals, and then we'll take the opportunity to kill them. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha 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 ha. Sister, you're so smart. Fairy Zixia's husband, Heng Shanzi, immediately replied. The next moment. Whoosh. 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 Several beams of immortal light shot up from the foot of the volcano. There were 7 immortals lined up in a row. The leader of the group was handsome and elegant, with 15,000 points above his head. He was Fairy Zixia's husband, Heng Shanzi. Ha 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 ha. I'm Heng Shanzi. Welcome to our team, friends. Heng Shanzi laughed loudly. His eyes swept around and finally stopped on Xiao Han. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. A strong sense of greed flashed in his eyes. Chapter 632. Xiao Han followed the snake and scorpion immortal and Fairy Zixia to the side of a volcano and met up with Fairy Zixia's husband, Heng Shanzi. Heng Shanzi also recruited a few immortals and formed a team. At this moment, Xiao Han saw 15,000 points above Heng Shanzi's head and over 100 Dharma treasures floating in his dantian. Moreover, Xiao Han could clearly see that the refining power inside Heng Shanzi's body was continuously attacking one of the offensive Dharma treasures, the golden dragon scissors. Xiao Han released his mind power and immortal will to carefully observe the golden dragon scissors. Soon, Xiao Han knew that once this offensive Dharma treasure was refined, it could easily kill a level 3 true immortal at his peak. It could even kill an ordinary level 4 true immortal. It was indeed a very terrifying Dharma treasure. However, the immortal will restriction on the surface of the golden dragon scissors had been refined by about half. The remaining half required more refining power to attack. Moreover, Heng Shanzi only focused on refining the golden dragon scissors and didn't touch the other 100 Dharma treasures for the time being. First, he would refine the golden WYRM scissors for himself. Then, he would consider refining other Dharma treasures. This was the way of the king. Xiao Han also scanned the other Dharma treasures in Hengshanzi's dantian. Most of them were useless. Only a few of them were of good quality, but they weren't very useful to Xiao Han. There were 6 other immortals under Hengshanzi's command. Each of them had thousands of points and dozens of Dharma treasures. Xiao Han quickly scanned them. Oh! Xiao Han soon discovered that among the 6 immortals, one of them, a square-faced immortal, had completely refined a magic treasure. The Eye of the Divine Eagle. This Dharma treasure was an auxiliary Dharma treasure that could increase the range of detection. In the 4th region, any immortal celestial sense could only scan a few kilometers. Even Xiao Han, whose mind power was comparable to an immortal's, could only scan a few kilometers. However, the Eye of the Divine Eagle refined by this immortal with a square face could expand the detection range to about 20 kilometers. This was incredible. In such a dangerous situation where one could easily die in a life-and-death battle, being able to detect an inch more than the other competitors was an advantage. One more chance of survival. Impressive, this supportive Eye of the Divine Eagle is even more powerful than some offensive celestial artifacts. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. Then, he continued to survey. Suddenly, Xiao Han found a bottle of pills in the dantian of a pointy-faced immortal. Supreme Battle Will Pill. This bottle of Supreme Battle Will Pill was actually a divine medicine that could strengthen the mind and soul. This. Xiao Han was even more shocked. One should know that Xiao Han's mental energy cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to advance even an inch. Previously, Xiao Han had wanted to search for an elixir that could improve his mental energy and soul, but he had been searching everywhere to no avail. But now, he had unintentionally found a miracle medicine for mental strength here. Great! That was great! I want to kill these immortals. Plundering their points, refining power, and Dharma treasures. Snatch the Divine Eagle's Eye and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills. Xiao Han felt an itch in his heart. However, he forcefully restrained himself and maintained a polite expression on his face. Immortal Hengshanzi, nice to meet you. We're here to seek refuge with you, Immortal Hengshanzi. Thank you for your hospitality. Hengshanzi and his subordinates stared greedily at the points above Xiao Han's head. Of course, they could not see through Xiao Han's dantian and could not see what kind of Dharma treasures were in his dantian. However, judging from the points, the number of Dharma treasures in Xiao Han's dantian was close to 400. 400 Dharma treasures. That was terrifying. Zixia is so capable. I can't believe she found such a fat pig. TSK, as long as I kill this little mortal, my points will soar to the top 200 in the 4th region, right? Hengshanzi's heart trembled. However, now was not the time to fight. Hengshanzi's face was as smooth as jade, and he was elegant and graceful. It's fine. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Right now, Xingqianzi is the biggest tumor in the 4th region. We should band together against a common enemy and deal with him. After a pause, Hengshanzi squeezed out a warm smile and looked at Heizi and Yu Yangzi. Brothers. We even drank together during the great sect competition in the immortal world. Do the two of you still remember? Yes, brother Hengshanzi, you're even more graceful than before, Heizi said with a smile. Moreover, you and Zixia Fairy are very famous among the younger generation of the immortal world, ha 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 ha. Well said, Hengshanzi laughed heartily. Let's go to the place where we're staying. It's on the side of the volcano. Let's go, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of people descended. At the foot of the volcano, a simple village was built. Green vines coiled around the trees. The vines were lush, and the trees were green with flowers. The scenery was also very tranquil. Some wooden houses were built in the middle of the village. It's so comfortable here, Xiao Han said sincerely as he looked around. Ha ha ha, little brother Xiao Han, this place was built by you and your wife, Heng Shanzi said with a smile. Then, he and Xixia Fairy looked at each other and laughed. Their smiles were very subtle, and the hidden meaning behind them was unfathomable. Then, let's rest here today. Tomorrow, we'll go hunting together and kill those small teams to gain points, Dharma treasures, and refining power, Heng Shanzi ordered casually. Xiao Han said deliberately. Immortal Heng Shanzi, Xixia Fairy, immortals, I also have some concerns, oh? Heng Shanzi frowned. Little brother Xiao Han, what concerns do you have? Can you tell us so that we can study it together? Immortal Heng Shanzi, Xing Qinzi is very powerful. He has nearly 100 immortals under him. Moreover, Xing Qinzi himself seems to have refined an extremely terrifying offensive Dharma treasure. Xiao Han pretended to be afraid. Well, I'll tell you the truth. Immortal Heng Shanzi, our team only has 12 people. How can we fight against Xing Qinzi's team? Not to mention Xing Qinzi's team, I'm afraid that we can't even fight against some of the more powerful teams. Oh. Heng Shanzi glanced at Xiao Han and laughed out loud. Little brother Xiao Han, it's normal for you to have such worries. However, this brother will reveal something to brother Xiao. After a pause, Heng Shanzi's face was full of confidence. He glanced disdainfully at Black and White Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the immortals behind him. I, Heng Shanzi, am currently refining an offensive Dharma treasure in my Dantian. All the refinement power I've obtained has been used to refine this Dharma treasure, and I'm almost done with it. The power of this Dharma treasure is enough to kill level 3 or 4 true immortals. Once I control this Dharma treasure, I won't be too afraid of Xing Qinzi or other immortals. Also, Brother Shanzi has refined a scouting auxiliary Dharma treasure that can predict the enemy's moves. Heng Shanzi looked at the square-faced immortal who had refined the divine eagle's eye in his body. Ha 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 ha. I'm not that talented, but I've refined an auxiliary Dharma treasure that has a wide scouting range. This way, we can compete with each other in every aspect. The square-faced immortal said proudly. Let's put it this way. In the entire 4th region, even Xing Qinzi's celestial sense can't cover as far as mine. Although we're not as strong as Xing Qinzi, we can predict the enemy's movements in advance. Once we notice Xing Qinzi's team approaching us, we can retreat in advance. In other words, although we're not strong enough to fight Xing Qinzi and his huge teams, we don't have to worry about being surrounded and killed. Moreover, we have an advantage in hunting other teams. Everyone, as long as each of us can successfully refine a Dharma treasure, Xing Qinzi won't be a threat at all. Heng Shanzi said ambitiously. Ah. I see. I see. Xiao Han pretended to be enlightened. Now, through observation and probing, Xiao Han had already figured out the situation of Heng Shanzi's team. Alright, little brother Xiao Han, let's have a good rest today and conserve our energy. Tomorrow, we'll hunt. Heng Shanzi ordered. Yes, Xiao Han replied obediently. Brother Shanzi, thank you for your hard work. Please pay more attention and observe the surroundings. Once there are any changes, we'll retreat immediately, Heng Shanzi instructed the square-faced immortal. Big brother Heng Shanzi, don't worry. Shan Shanzi smiled confidently and floated in the air with his legs crossed. A divine eagle totem flashed between his brows. His eyes became misty and deep. He scanned the surroundings as if he could see through the void and discover the truth. Big brother Fish Arm, big brother Hey by Z, let's catch up. Xiao Han quietly went to a simple wooden hut with Fish Arm and Hey by Z. Sigh, this time's adventure was much more dangerous than we had imagined. After sitting down, Yu Yangzi sighed with lingering fear. Su Huaizi's death had a huge impact on me. In the immortal world, I was friends with Su Huaizi. Although he was pedantic at times, he was extremely talented in cultivation of immortal arts. He was wise and resourceful. I can't believe he died in the preliminaries. Xiao Han and He Bai Zi were saddened at the mention of this matter. Xiao Han sighed. I wonder how my senior brothers and sect master are doing. Also, Big Brother Jialan Z, I wonder if he succeeded in breaking through the encirclement. Brother Jialan is very powerful. This preliminaries won't be a problem for him, Fish Arm and Hey Bai Z said in unison. Suddenly, Hey Bai Z shut his mouth and used his psyche to communicate with Xiao Han through the soul. Brother Xiao Han, can we trust this Heng Shanzi completely? Night. Heng Shanzi and Fairy Z Xia were sitting in a wooden hut. Shan Shanzi and another immortal were also there. The four of them did not speak, but they were communicating through the soul. Husband, when do we make our move? Fairy Z Xia looked anxious. The corner of Heng Shanzi's eye twitched slightly. He transmitted his voice to Fairy Z Xia, Shan Shanzi, and the other immortal. Apart from the four of us, we can't trust anyone else. We have to kill them. However, it won't be easy for us to kill them with just the four of us. Therefore, tomorrow, we'll form a team and go hunting. When we fight, they'll charge in front while we wait for them at the back. We'll make use of them to fight the other teams of immortals. When both sides are injured, we'll attack. Chapter 633. While Heng Shanzi and the other immortals were in cahoots and discussing how to deal with Xiao Han and the others, Xiao Han, He He Z, and Yu Yangzi were secretly communicating with soul telepathy. Big Brother He He Z, Big Brother Yu Yangzi, it's hard to trust Heng Shanzi and his wife in this fierce competition. However, don't worry, I'm here to guarantee your safety. Xiao Han's expression was extremely serious. My plan is to help you kill more immortals and obtain the power of refinement so that you can refine the offensive Dharma treasures in your Dantian. Then, you'll have the foundation to protect yourselves. You won't have to rely on others to protect yourselves. Although Xiao Han was an ordinary person, Black White Z and Yu Yangzi firmly believed in his words and his promise. Xiao Han had also observed. Although Yu Yangzi and He He Z didn't have many Dharma treasures in their Dantian, there were still some offensive Dharma treasures. If they could obtain enough power of refinement and make the offensive Dharma treasures their own, they wouldn't be easily killed by others. They would have no problem protecting themselves. Right. In the 4th district, only the three of us can trust each other. The other immortals might betray us for their own benefits. Yu Yangzi said in realization. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. If I'm not wrong, Heng Shanzi and the others will take action tomorrow. After a pause, Xiao Han stood up and stretched. Big brothers, rest early. See you tomorrow. Brother Xiao Han, rest well too. Yu Yangzi and He He Z stood up and said goodbye. Xiao Han lay on the wooden bed. The starlight seeped in through the window. It was dreamy and illusory. At the same time, Xiao Han's psychic energy also keenly sensed that there was an extremely powerful soul energy that was staring at him like a maggot in his bones. It was constantly monitoring him. Not far from Xiao Han's wooden house, Shan Lianzi sat cross-legged in the air under the moonlight. His gaze could see through everything and covered a large area. However, he had separated a trace of his divine soul to monitor Xiao Han closely. To this, Xiao Han didn't mind. His heart was filled with killing intent as he thought to himself. Shan Lianzi, your godly eagle's eye is indeed very mysterious. However, this supportive Dharma treasure is not as powerful as it used to be. It will soon belong to me, Xiao Han. The next day. Early morning. Everyone, you must have had a good rest last night. Heng Shanzi and Zixia Fairy walked out of the wooden house hand in hand. Today, Heng Shanzi looked refreshed and in high spirits, making him look extremely handsome and elegant. Zixia Fairy nestled next to Heng Shanzi like a little bird. Xiao Han. Black and White Child, Yu Yangzi, Shan Lianzi, and the other immortals all gathered at the center of the wooden huts. Ladies and gentlemen, immortals die every day in the 4th region. I'm afraid that the number of immortals who have survived to this day is far greater than the number of immortals who have died. There were less than 5,000 of them left. The points we have now are far from enough. We can't hide. We have to take the initiative to attack. Heng Shanzi said proudly. Today, let's leave this place and hunt. After a pause, Heng Shanzi looked at the mountain range. Brother Shanluanzi, why don't you tell the others about the hunting plan? No problem, Shan Lianzi said with a smile as he took a step forward. Our hunting plan is very simple. I'll survey the area with the divine eagle's eye. Once we find a small group, we'll launch a sneak attack. Of course, if we find a large group, we'll avoid them in advance. Shan Lianzi paused for a moment and said with a frown. However, when I use the divine eagle's eye to survey, I'll be very focused, which won't be good for killing. Therefore, there must be someone by my side to protect me. That's right, Brother Shan Luanzi. You're using this celestial artifact to scout, so you'll definitely be focused on it. If you get into a fight, you'll be easily injured. You're the most important part of our team. If you don't scout ahead, our small team definitely won't be able to fight against the other teams. This is a very important matter, so I, Heng Shanzi, will personally protect you. Heng Shanzi stood next to Shan Lianzi with a righteous look on his face. At the same time, Zixia Fairy also leaned over. The other immortal who participated in the conspiracy last night also said with a smile. Brother Shanluanzi, don't worry and survey. I'll be by your side to protect you during the battle. I won't let you die. Ha ha ha. Alright, it'll just be me, my wife, and Brother Huiyanzi. We'll protect Brother Shanluanzi closely, Heng Shanzi said with a smile. Little Brother Xiaohan, Brothers He and He, Brother Yu Yangzi. When the battle begins, the few of you will be the vanguard. Ha 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 ha. But don't worry, although we, my wife, and Brother Huiyanzi are mainly responsible for protecting Shanluanzi, we'll definitely lend you a helping hand during the battle. Alright, Brother Shanluanzi does indeed need protection. Xiao Han smiled innocently, then casually glanced at Heng Shanzi, Zixia Fairy, Shanluanzi, and Huiyanzi. He already knew. There are only 4 people in this team, and they're colluding with each other. The rest are just cannon fodder. Good, very good. If the battle really begins, the first people I'll kill will be you. The other immortals didn't say much about Heng Shanzi's arrangement. Since no one has any objections, let's go. Heng Shanzi said with a bright smile. Then, with a flash of immortal light, he shot up into the sky. I hope we'll be able to gain something today and return with a full load. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the group of people began to fly. At the front of the group were Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi, and He. At the back of the group were Heng Shanzi, Shanluanzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi. The remaining 4 immortals were in the middle of the group, unaware that they had been betrayed. Soon, the group passed the volcano and flew toward the west. As they flew, every immortal, including Xiao Han, wore solemn expressions. Their soul and mind power spread out in all directions, observing every inch of space around them for the slightest movement. Currently, the competition in Division 4 had reached its most intense stage. Anyone can become a hunter. Similarly, anyone could become a prey. Among them, the most nervous person was undoubtedly Shanluanzi. The divine eagle's eye shot out from between Shanluanzi's eyebrows. It was overflowing with colors and glistened brilliantly. It could scan an area of 20 li. It could be said that Shanluanzi was now the leader of the team. His observation, intelligence, and decisions would completely determine the fate of the team. Shanluanzi became more and more nervous. His face was also slightly distorted, and he seemed to be extremely surprised. Shanluanzi understood that battles, deaths, and killings could happen at any time. Brother Shanluanzi, don't be too nervous, Heng Shanzi quickly comforted him in a low voice. Calm down, Xiao Han, who was flying in front, did not think much of it. He turned around and sneered disdainfully. This Shanluanzi is really an idiot. He has such a great initiative and can discover the whereabouts of the other immortals in advance. He's completely undefeatable. Yet, he's still so afraid. This person won't amount to much. The divine eagle's eye was obtained by Shanluanzi. It's like casting pearls before swine. Brother Hengshanzi, let me calm down. I'm fine. Shanluanzi let out a breath. He adjusted his breathing. At that moment, boom 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 boom, in front of him was a team of immortals. They were aggressive and had a strong lineup. They were heading toward him. The immortal leading the team was wearing a long golden robe. He had 140,000 points above his head and was surrounded by immortal chi. There were more than 50 immortals behind him. This was an extremely powerful team. Hiss. Shanluanzi's divine eagle's eye had discovered the team of immortals that was charging at them from 20 li away. Of course, the team of immortals did not notice Xiao Han's team. Run! 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 Shanluanzi yelled in fear. Brother Shanluanzi, this. Hengshanzi was stunned. Quick! Retreat! Dozens of immortals were charging at them. The immortal leading them has more than 100,000 points and has refined Dharma treasures. There are 54 immortals behind him. They can destroy us easily. Go! Hurry! Or else it'll be too late. Shanluanzi was extremely afraid of death. His voice was trembling and his body was shaking. Go! Hengshanzi made up his mind. The team immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the team of immortals. After running for 100 li, Shanluanzi let out a sigh of relief. All right, they didn't discover our whereabouts. They didn't chase after us. Everyone, we can't fight against such a powerful team. So, let's hold it in for now, Hengshanzi comforted them. Once we obtain enough power to refine all of our Dharma treasures, we'll be able to crush that team just now. After a pause, Hengshanzi looked at Shanluanzi. Brother Shanluanzi, continue to investigate. Just like that, it was dusk. Shanluanzi found a total of 4 teams of immortals, but he didn't attack them. The 4 teams were extremely powerful. There were more than 50 immortals in each team. They were not a team that Xiao Han and the immortals next to him could fight against. This made Hengshanzi and Zixia Fairy look irritated and impatient. The husband and wife were also exchanging glances with each other. They began to communicate with each other through their souls. Husband, we can't deal with any of the teams we encountered today. It'll be a waste of time if we continue like this. Otherwise. Zixia Fairy glanced at Xiao Han out of the corner of her eye while communicating with Hengshanzi. A murderous look flashed across her eyes. We might as well kill this mortal and take his points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Maybe after we get the refining power in this kid's body, you can successfully obtain the golden dragon scissors that you've been dreaming of. Well. Hengshanzi was hesitant. Xiao Han saw all of this and sneered inwardly. Can't hold it in anymore and want to fight? Heh. I'm ready for battle as well. Xiao Han maintained a harmless expression on his face, even a little humble and pitiful, so as not to arouse any suspicion from the immortals. However, wait. Shanluanzi growled again. There's a team of immortals on the left. There are 6 of them. Only 6 of them. Oh. 6 people? Hengshanzi quickly calmed himself down and said sternly. Brother Shanluanzi, look carefully. Are there really only 6 people? What are the points of these 6 people? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 634. Xiao Han, Hengshanzi, and the other immortals feigned civility and came out to hunt. However, even with Shanluanzi's superior scouting ability as a guarantee, the day's hunt did not go smoothly. The teams of immortals that they encountered along the way were all extremely powerful. This team did not dare to covet them. On the contrary, Shanluanzi, Hengshanzi, and the other immortals were on tenterhooks. Xiao Han despised the behavior and courage of these immortals. However, at dusk, there was finally good news. Shan Wanzi was trembling with excitement. His face was flushed, and his eyes were bulging. Yes. It's only a team of 6. They're about 15. 6 li away from us. They're moving very slowly, and all of them look anxious. It's a very weak team. Brother Shan Wanzi, look at their points. Heng Shanzi's breathing quickened. All of them have less than 10,000 points. The immortal with the most points is the leader, who has 4,200 points. The rest have 3,800 points, 2,400 points. There's even someone with 1,200 points. Judging from their points, this team must be extremely weak. Shan Wanzi had thoroughly observed the situation of the 6-man team. This was the advantage of the eye of the godly eagle. It could spy on the target from afar without the target noticing. Xiao Han's soul power spread out like a fishing net, trying his best to capture the situation in his surroundings. However, within the range of Xiao Han's mental scan, there was no movement at all. Xiao Han did not discover the team of 6. After all, Xiao Han's soul power was in the 4th region. It was greatly restricted. At most, he could only observe a range of 4 to 5 li. That was the limit. It was far from the range of 20 li that the eye of the godly eagle could observe. Therefore, Xiao Han was drooling over the eye of the godly eagle. The team of 6 is approaching us. Shan Wanzi said excitedly. They're about 12 to 3 li away from us. Brother Heng Shanzi, quickly allocate the manpower. All right. Heng Shanzi said hoarsely. The other side has 6 people. They must have been extremely dismal, and their strength is lacking. Therefore, Brother Black and White, Brother Fish Arm, Little Brother Xiao Han, Brother Autumn Sword. The 7 of you will directly charge forward and break through the enemy lines. Strive to kill 2 of them in an instant with lightning speed. Heng Shanzi's expression. It also became slightly ferocious. Everyone, there are only 6 of them. If the 7 of you rush over, you'll have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they don't know that we're like tigers lying on the side. If we suddenly launch a sneak attack, we'll definitely catch them off guard. It's definitely possible to kill 2 people in an instant. Brothers Black and White, the 7 of you will go prepared. Gather your celestial force and attack 2 of the 6-man team. Kill them all. Then, I, Shanluanzi, Huoyanzi, and Zixia will gather our strength and kill 2 more. The remaining 2 will be killed by the 11 of us in one fell swoop. This plan is very thorough. It'll only take a few breaths to wipe out the 6-man team and obtain their points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Heng Shanzi said decisively. That's a great plan. Zixia Fairy echoed. Xiao Han and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Han shrugged and said. All right, let's follow Brother Heng Shanzi's plan. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at He He Zi and Yu Yangzi. Brothers, let's charge. We'll be at the forefront and join forces with the other 4 immortal brothers to kill 2 of the 6 people. Brother Heng Shanzi will take care of the rest, okay? Black and White and Fish Arm said in unison. At the same time, Fish Arm took out an immortal dagger from his storage ring. Black and White took out an immortal artifact in the shape of a chessboard. As for the other 4 immortals, they were not Heng Shanzi's trusted subordinates and were used as cannon fodder by Heng Shanzi this time. They had no idea about Heng Shanzi's plot. Instead, they took out their immortal items and said to Xiao Han. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Han unleashed his true qi and flew toward the 6-man team at a low altitude. Yu Yangzi and He He Zi followed closely behind, one on the left and one on the right. The 4 cannon fodder immortals also followed behind, their fighting spirit rising. Heh. Heng Shanzi stood on the spot and watched Xiao Han and the other 6 immortals leave. His expression suddenly darkened and became extremely ferocious. Behind him, Shanzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi approached him at the same time. Their faces were filled with eagerness. The four of them quickly transmitted their voices to each other. TSK TSK, the 6-man team and the 7 idiots before us are 13 people in total. After we kill them, we'll obtain a huge amount of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. Heng Shanzi was extremely greedy. We've made a fortune this time. We've made a fortune. After a pause, Heng Shanzi's attitude became extremely firm and domineering. I'll kill that mortal Xiao Han. Don't snatch it. Killing Xiao Han will give us tens of thousands of points and hundreds of Dharma treasures. I'm sure he has a lot of refining power stored in his body as well. How about this? I'll take the mortal Xiao Han, black and white, and fish arm. I'll take 2 from the 6-man team. You can split the rest among yourselves. After this, I'll definitely be able to refine the golden WYRM scissors in my body perfectly. At that time, I'll have a place in the 4th realm. I'm afraid even the sons of the stars will try to win me over. Zixia Fairy and the others didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Big brother Heng Shanzi, what should we do? Shan Shanzi asked, licking his lips. Listen, let's follow them now. After they fight, we'll take our time to make our move. After they kill 2 of the 6 people, they'll definitely counterattack. At that time, it'll be 7 against 4. However, Xiao Han is just an ordinary person, so his combat power is negligible. That means it'll be 6 against 4. We'll stay behind and wait for a while. Don't make a move. When they're both injured, we'll directly kill them. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. Later, we'll use our strongest immortal tool. All right. Let's go, the battle is about to begin. Heng Shanzi led Shan Shanzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi to follow Xiao Han and the others. They were secretly adjusting their fighting conditions and preparing for their strongest attack. Xiao Han and the others flew slowly at a low altitude. At the same time, Black and White and Fish Arm were communicating with Xiao Han through soul transmission. Brother Xiao Han, later on, the 3 of us can directly kill one of those 6 people. Yu Yangzi quickly said. We can kill the other 4. Indeed, we can easily kill 2 of the 6-man team's immortals with a sneak attack, Black and White said. Brother Xiao Han, do you think there's a trap? There must be a trap. Xiao Han finally said what he was thinking. This. Hearing this, Fish Arm and Black and White panicked. Hearing this, Fish Cripple and Black and White were both flustered. Brothers, don't be anxious. Xiao Han was extremely calm. I've been prepared for such a drastic change. Heng Shanzi, Shanluanzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi stayed at the end of today's hunt and instigated us to go first. It's weird. Moreover, when I was assigning tasks, I sensed the subtle changes in the divine souls of Heng Shanzi, Shanluanzi, and the others. They must be plotting something. If I'm not mistaken, Heng Shanzi and the others won't help us immediately when we're fighting with the 6-man squad. They'll wait until we're injured and then kill us together. Despicable. Yu Yangzi and Black and White believed Xiao Han's words without a doubt. He, 2 big brothers, in fact, isn't this also an opportunity for us? Xiao Han's heart was also burning with passion. Heng Shanzi and the others want to kill us, but we can also kill them. Brother Xiao Han, we'll do as you say. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi said. Later, we'll still attack the 6-man squad. We'll kill one of them and let the other 4 immortals kill the second one. Then, we'll conserve our strength and don't go all out against the remaining members of the 6-man squad. After that, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Black and White Child, Brother Yu Yangzi, join forces and kill Zixia Fairy. As for Heng Shanzi, Shanluanzi, and Huiyanzi, I'll kill them. Brother Xiao Han, you're fighting 1 against 3, this. Black and White Child hesitated slightly. Xiao Han smiled confidently and said. This is also a sudden sneak attack. I'm 90% confident. Okay. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi chose to believe Xiao Han unconditionally. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the four immortals behind him. For big brothers, I'm just a mortal. When we're fighting, Xiao Han will stay behind and watch the battle. If I encounter an immortal in a head-on battle, I'll be ashamed. Humph. The four immortals were cold and arrogant. They looked at Xiao Han disdainfully. One of them sneered. Mortal, go back and hide in the back. I'm afraid your attack won't be able to break through an immortal's defense. Yes, I know my limits. Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he circled behind the four immortals. They shivered. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi flew in front without batting an eyelid. Behind Xiao Han were Heng Shanzi, Shanluanzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huoyanzi. Oh. That mortal, Xiao Han, is hiding behind me? Huoyanzi was startled. Zixia Fairy sneered. He's just a mortal. In a real fight, he wouldn't dare to fight an immortal head-on. Such a lowly thing can only rely on sneak attacks to kill immortals on the verge of death. Husband, you should kill Xiao Han later. Yes, we'll act according to the original plan. Heng Shanzi smiled confidently. At this moment. Everyone, pay attention. We're 5 li away from the 6-man squad. They should be able to find us soon. Prepare to attack. Don't wait for them to discover us. Attack immediately. Catch them off guard. Shanluanzi immediately sent a soul message to warn everyone. To be continued. Chapter 635. Shan Lianzi used the Divine Eagle's Eye to closely observe the situation of the 6-man team. The two sides were about to approach each other. The battle was about to begin. The black and white immortal force in front of the team had already gathered all the immortal force in their bodies. Their goal was to kill anyone in the 6-man team. Of course, they would choose the person with the least points to attack. The four immortals behind the black and white immortal force had communicated and prepared to ambush the leader of the 6-man team, the immortal with the most points. If the four of them joined forces and used their strongest killing move, they would definitely be able to kill the leader of the 6-man team. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was gathering his immortal body's divine power. His mental wave was firmly locked onto Heng Shanzi and the others behind him. A 6-man team. At this moment, the 6-man team had no idea that a great disaster was about to befall them. Every member of the 6-man team was extremely cautious. They had already extended their immortal senses to the limit and were constantly scouting. Everyone, there are no traces of other immortal teams nearby. It seems that this area is relatively safe. The leader of the 6-man team heaved a sigh of relief. Our strategy is to focus on stability. As he spoke, the leader also smiled. As a matter of fact, as long as we get into the top 100 of this area, we can pass the preliminaries. Our team's strength is relatively weak, so we can't compete with those large teams. So, we have to stabilize and protect ourselves first, and try our best not to encounter other teams. When the other teams compete and kill each other, who knows, maybe in the end, we can even be the fisherman who reaps the benefits without doing anything. Ha 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 ha. Yes, when those teams compete and kill each other, we'll protect ourselves and take advantage of the situation. The other 5 immortals also laughed. At the same time, Xiao Han and the others were ready to pounce. At this moment, the black and white immortal force, fish immortal force, and many other immortals were standing still. Their immortal chi was also gathered to the limit. Each of them was holding an immortal artifact or dharma treasure that they carried with them. Kill. Suddenly, Heng Shanzi gave the order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the first to bear the brunt. Hei Hei Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the other 4 immortals charged forward like bolts of lightning. Xiao Han quietly followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Han was monitoring the movements of Hang Shanzi and the others behind him. On the other hand, he was secretly watching He He Zi and Yulang Zi. Once the two of them were in danger, Xiao Han would not hesitate to help them. Of course, Hang Shanzi and the other immortals behind him were also highly focused and ready for their ultimate moves. Before the misfortune befell the team of 6, there was no prediction at all. All of a sudden. Boom! First, 2 streams of immortal chi shot out and killed one of the immortals with 2,400 points hovering above his head. The immortal body exploded. Multicolored light shot out in all directions. The Dharma treasures, the power of refinement, and the points in his body all fell out. This was the joint attack of Fish Stem and Black and White Child. This attack was a complete sneak attack. The other party was completely unprepared. It should be noted that the immortal who was killed was about as strong as Yulang Zi. Now that he was unprepared, Fish Stem and Black and White Child joined forces to kill him. The immortal was instantly killed. Because it was the Black and White players' attacks that had caused the immortal's death, the points, the magical items, and the power of refinement were all taken by the Black and White players. In the blink of an eye, the points hovering above the Black and White players' heads approached 5,000. Roar! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The leader of the team of 6 was the first to react. His immortal chi exploded and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, boom! 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 For streams of immortal light gathered at the same time and blasted at him. Bang! The leader of the team of 6 had just shouted when his body was hit by the 4 attacks. His immortal body exploded and he died. Dropped. His 4,200 points, all his Dharma treasures, and power of refinement were taken by one of the 4 immortals. Sure enough, just as Heng Shanzi had planned, the team of 6 lost 2 people in a single exchange. After the first wave of attacks, the remaining 4 people of the team of 6 quickly reacted. The remaining 4 immortals were shocked and furious. However, under such circumstances, they completely understood that since they had been discovered and hunted, they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no logic to it. If you don't kill, they will kill you. Kill. The blood of their teammates caused the 4 immortals' eyes to turn bloodshot. They fought with all their might. They even burned all the immortal chi in their bodies to counterattack at all costs. This was a counterattack before death. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, Xiao Han immediately said to Black and White Child and Fish Seedling, "Big brothers. Don't fight them head on now. Use your movement techniques to deal with these 4 fellows who are like cornered beasts. Don't fight. Try to avoid them and pretend to fight." Understood. Black and White Child and Fish Stem immediately responded. Therefore, Black and White Child and Fish Stem put on an act and roared loudly. However, their figures kept flashing and they did not fight the 4 immortals head-on. On Xiao Han's side, the 4 immortals who had killed the leader of the team of 6 did not pretend to fight. They immediately went forward and used their unique skills to fight the remaining 4 people. At the same time, the 4 immortals sent a voice transmission to Heng Shanzi's soul. "Big brother Heng Shanzi, our plan succeeded. Now, you guys attack too. Let's work together to kill the remaining 4 evildoers." However, at this moment, Heng Shanzi, Shan Lianzi, Zixia Fairy, and Huiyanzi stood side by side. They did not move at all and did not have any intention to attack. There was even a cold expression on their faces. Wait, let's wait until both sides are injured. Heng Shanzi suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Soon, we'll be able to obtain a large number of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. We're close to success. The battle soon reached its climax. In fact, this was a battle of 4 against 4. Fish Stem, Black and White Child, and Xiao Han did not attack at all. Fish Stem and Black and White Child were fine. Although they did not attack, immortal chi rose from their bodies and radiated dazzling light. They shouted continuously. Kill! 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 They had controlled their momentum well enough. However, Xiao Han did not do anything. He stood on the spot and did not move an inch. Pfft, the surviving immortal of the team of 6 did not hesitate to shatter his left arm in exchange for a palm strike. Pfft. The surviving immortal of the team of 6 even chopped off the left leg of an immortal on Xiao Han's side. It was a 4 versus 4 battle. The sky was dark, but there was no distinction between them. Both sides had taken damage. After a few breaths, 8 immortals had their limbs severed. Immortal blood gushed out of their mouths. Heng Shanzi. Attack! Attack! The 4 immortals on Xiao Han's side could not bear it anymore and roared crazily. Attack now! Shan Wanzi shouted in an extremely displeased manner. Black and white child, fish stem, why are you putting on airs over there? Kill! The scene was a little chaotic. Heng Shanzi, on the other hand, was observing the situation and assessing the situation. It's almost time. Get ready to attack. I'll kill that mortal, Xiao Han. Zi Xia, Shan Lianzi, Hui Yanzi, you guys charge forward and pretend to kill the remaining members of the team of 6. In fact, attack those 2 idiots, fish stem and black and white child. At the same time, Xiao Han sensed the subtle change in Heng Shanzi's emotions. He deeply felt Heng Shanzi's killing intent and aura. Attack! Brother black and white child, brother fish stem, you guys work together to kill Fairy Zi Xia. I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Han sent a thought and an immortal light burst out from his feet. Boots of divine speed activated. Maximum speed increased by 5 times. Speed comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Swoosh, in the midst of the chaos, Xiao Han's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage. He was already closing in on Heng Shanzi. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Heng Shanzi was only a level 2 true immortal. His speed was definitely not comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Moreover, part of his attention was on the battlefield. Moreover, he was very confident about his plan. He thought that he had taken every possibility into consideration and had the situation under control. The next thing he needed to do was to kill and seize the benefits. However, he had never expected that Xiao Han, a mortal who had never shown his strength, would also plot against him. And he was one step ahead of him. By the time Heng Shanzi realized what was going on, Xiao Han had already rushed over and punched at him. This punch was like the eruption of thousands of volcanoes. This punch was like the fall of thousands of meteorites. This punch was not the strength of a mortal. It was the strength of 40 celestial dragons. Bang! The punch landed on Heng Shanzi's body and created a pit. Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, Xiao Han punched 3 more times. One hit Heng Shanzi's head, one hit his chest, and the last hit his dantian. Ah! Heng Shanzi let out a heart-wrenching scream before he died. His scream was filled with fear, despair, surprise, unwillingness, and regret. Heng Shanzi was smashed into pieces by Xiao Han. When Heng Shanzi died, Zixia Fairy also screamed in horror. She and Heng Shanzi had been husband and wife for many years, so they had a tacit understanding. As soon as Heng Shanzi died, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and immediately fell into a state of dullness and grief. In the blink of an eye, just as Zixia Fairy was bursting into tears and sinking into the state of a clay sculpture, Black and White Sun and Yu Yangzi had already charged over. Puff! Puff! 2 rays of immortal light. One penetrated Fairy Zi Xia's dantian, and the other chopped off her left arm. On the other side, the moment Xiao Han killed Heng Shanzi, he dashed to the front of Shan Lianzi and Hui Yanzi at a ghostly speed without any hesitation. He stretched out his left and right arms and clawed at them. His left hand grabbed Shanzi's head, and his right hand grabbed Hui Yanzi's head. Bang! Bang! Two people's heads exploded. In fact, when Black and White Z and Yu Yangzi joined hands to kill Fairy Zi Xia, Xiao Han had already crushed Shanzi and Huiyanzi's heads. Xiao Han's speed was indescribable. In just a few breaths, Heng Shanzi was dead. Zixia Fairy was dead. Shanzi was dead. Huiyanzi was dead. Chapter 636. The husband and wife, Heng Shanzi and Zixia Fairy, had schemed against human lives, but they did not expect that man's plan would fail. They had harmed themselves instead of harming others. They had completely fallen into Xiao Han's hands. Taking advantage of the great disparity in speed, Xiao Han directly killed Heng Shanzi, Shan Wanzi, and Flame Zhanzi when they were caught off guard by surprise. Suddenly, violent points, refining power, and Dharma treasures surged into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han obtained the Eye of the Divine Eagle from Shanlianzi's body, and the Supreme Battle Will Pill from Huowanzi's body. Moreover, after killing the three immortals, Xiao Han's points skyrocketed from 38,328 to 61,298. Three streams of refining power surged into Xiao Han's dantian and were stored by him. At this moment, the 8 immortals who were fighting each other were already seriously injured. It was a situation where both sides suffered losses. The sudden death of Heng Shanzi and the other immortals caused the 8 immortals to stop fighting and look over in confusion and shock. At this moment, Brother He Zi, Brother Yu Yangzi. Kill! Xiao Han roared. Big brothers, your points and power of refinement aren't very high. You'll have to personally kill these 8 immortals and take their points, magical treasures, and power of refinement. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure flashed, and he charged forward. Bang! 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 8 loud sounds. Xiao Han suddenly punched out 8 times at lightning speed, bombarding the bodies of the 8 immortals. This caused them to be even more injured. All of them vomited blood. Kill! The Black and White children and fish seedling. He Zi and Yu Yangzi also reacted and charged forward. In the end, He Zi and Yu Yangzi easily killed 4 seriously injured immortals each and plundered a large number of points, Dharma treasures, and refining power. This way, the points floating above He Zi and Yu Yangzi's heads had reached tens of thousands. The hundreds of Dharma treasures in their bodies were shining together. Brother Xiao Han. We did it. Black White Z and Yu Yangzi both let out cries of pleasant surprise. Apart from joy, their voices also contained waves of disbelief. At this point, even Black White Child and Yu Yangzi found it hard to believe that they could kill so many immortals and obtain so many points. This was like a dream. That's right, if I hadn't met Xiao Han. If it wasn't for Xiao Han, Black and White Sun and Yu Yangzi would not have been able to kill so many immortals. Instead, they might have been killed by Zixia Fairy's scheme. In other words, Xiao Han had saved the lives of He Bai Zi and Yu Lang Zi. Brothers, let's leave this place first and find a secluded place to digest what we've learned today. Xiao Han said. Then, he took out his storage ring and collected all the immortal corpses floating in the sky. Go! The 3 of them immediately left the place. Night. Xiao Han, Black and White Sun, and Yu Yangzi quietly arrived at a quiet valley. Xiao Han activated his mental power and looked around to make sure that there were no other immortals within a few miles. Brothers, we'll rest here tonight. We'll probably stay here for the next few days, Xiao Han said as he sorted out his words. Brothers, both of you have obtained quite a lot of refinement energy today. Now, both of you should try to refine one of the offensive treasures in your dantian. As for me, I will refine the Eye of the Divine Eagle. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han's face showed an optimistic attitude. As long as you each refine an immortal treasure, and I control the Eye of the Divine Eagle, we'll have enough resources in the 4th region to compete with other immortal teams. Good. Brother Xiao Han, the refining power in our bodies is indeed enough. Previously, after we obtained the power of refinement, we started to refine offensive celestial artifacts as well. However, we didn't have enough power of refinement, so we couldn't completely master offensive celestial artifacts. Now, I reckon that after obtaining so much power of refinement, everything will be easily solved. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi were eager to give it a try. After the three of them talked for a while, they each chose a secluded corner in the valley and sat down cross-legged to look at their dantians. Xiao Han sat behind a sharp rock that was several feet tall in the valley. He looked at his heart with his eyes closed. He looked inside himself with his mental power. At this moment, more than 600 Dharma treasures were spinning in Xiao Han's dantian. It could be said that they were twinkling like stars. Among the Dharma treasures, there were some offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal armors, and some immortal treasures with special functions. After Heng Shanzi was killed, the golden Wyrm scissors that Heng Shanzi had refined halfway appeared in Xiao Han's dantian. However, Xiao Han understood that with his identity as immortal, even if he refined these offensive and defensive immortal treasures, it would be difficult for him to unleash their true power. Therefore, Xiao Han placed his focus on the Eye of the Divine Eagle and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills. The Eye of the Divine Eagle was a support-type immortal treasure. It didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. It could only expand the detection range to about 20 miles. At this moment, the Eye of the Divine Eagle that was wandering in Xiao Han's dantian did not have Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine will restriction. There was only a trace of Shan Luanzi's soul imprint. Shan Lianzi had already used his power of refinement to remove the seal on the Eye of the God of the Eagle. Hence, if Xiao Han wanted to obtain the Eye of the God of the Eagle, he did not need to waste his power of refinement. All he needed to do was to drip his blood on it to claim ownership. Very good. That saves me a lot of effort. Xiao Han smiled. With a thought, he flipped his right hand and the Eye of the Divine Eagle appeared in his right palm. It was a deep eyeball. Indistinctly, one could see some immortal runes and talismans in the depths of the pupil. Xiao Han's mind power seeped into the eyeball and realized that it was extraordinary. Good. You belong to me. Xiao Han bit his finger and blood dripped onto the eyeball. Poof. Inside the eyeball, there was a crisp cracking sound. Then, the eyeball and Xiao Han's divine soul. An inseparable connection was established. It was like a pair of hands and feet. Dripping blood to recognize its owner was a success. Xiao, the Eye of the Divine Eagle, turned into a brilliant celestial light and entered Xiao Han's forehead. Very quickly, the restriction on Xiao Han's mind power in this space loosened a little. This caused Xiao Han's mind power to fluctuate more freely. In an instant, it extended to about 20 miles. He felt as though his vision had been broadened and the sky was vast and the sea was vast. Awesome! Xiao Han stood up and the Divine Eagle totem appeared on his forehead. There seemed to be spirals of light rolling in his eyes. He looked around and everything within a 20-mile radius. It appeared clearly in Xiao Han's mind, down to the finest detail. It was as though he was looking at the lines on his palm. There's no danger within a 20-mile radius. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han sat down again. He carefully observed the wind and grass within a 20-mile radius, while he used his inner vision again. A bottle of Supreme Battle Will elixir was locked onto by Xiao Han. This bottle of elixir was a rare mental energy elixir that could directly strengthen one's soul power. There were a total of 10 Supreme Battle Will elixir. Xiao Han knew that once he consumed these 10 Supreme Battle Will elixir, his soul power would transform once again. It would break through the bottleneck of the extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique and improve further. It would also make the saber intent more condensed and sharper, and its lethality would be greater. Xiao Han did not think too much. Very quickly, he gathered the power of refinement in his dantian. With a thought. Boom! This wave of refinement violently attacked the restriction on the surface of the Supreme Battle Will elixir. Pooh! About a third of the restriction was broken. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air in frustration. I still need some refinement power to completely break the restriction and obtain this bottle of elixir that nourishes mental energy. Forget it. After Big Brother He Zi and Yulang Zi have successfully refined the treasure, the three of us will go out and hunt other immortal teams. Now that I've refined the divine eagle's eye, I have more confidence in hunting immortals. It's not that difficult to accumulate refinement power. This way, Xiao Han waited in the valley for He Zi and Yulang Zi to refine the treasure. He had the divine eagle's eye, which could detect danger. He was outstanding and protected He Zi and Yulang Zi perfectly. On the third day, Xiao, 2 rays of immortal light shone. Clouds were steaming. We did it. Brother Xiao Han, we did it. He Zi and Yulang Zi exclaimed in joy. In the valley, He Zi took out a glass bottle. The bottle was about a meter long. Auspicious light was rising from the mouth of the bottle. It was a mysterious formation. Brother Xiao Han, Brother Yulang Zi, this is the treasure that I refined, He Zi said excitedly. This magical treasure is called the colored glass bottle. It can suck a level 3 true immortal into the bottle. Inside the bottle is the true Samadhi fire formation of the immortal realm. It can turn the enemy that is sucked into the bottle into ashes. Although this treasure isn't too brilliant in the second level of the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, it's more than enough for me to use, and I won't have any problems protecting myself. For example, if I had this glass bottle in the battle with Hang Shanzi and the others, I could have killed them instantly. Hell, look at me. Yulang Zi laughed. Then, he waved his right hand. Immortal light shone and a seal flew out from his palm. The seal wasn't big, but it was engraved with many mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. This is the mountain-suppressing seal. After it's taken out, it can become the size of a huge mountain. It can crush a level 3 true immortal into ashes. It's very powerful in terms of attack power. Ha ha ha. I, Yulang Zi, didn't expect to have such a powerful treasure when I'm only a level 2 true immortal. This is much more powerful than the life-saving trump card that the sect gave me to use in the lower realm. Good. Xiao Han shouted. Brothers, a glass bottle and a mountain-suppressing seal. That's great. Then, the 3 of us will leave the valley. Now, we have to go all out. Ha 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 ha. To be continued, you. Chapter 637. After a few days of rest, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Yu Yangzi finally absorbed everything they had gained from the battle with Heng Shanzi. Xiao Han had gained control of the Eye of the Divine Eagle, and a third of the restriction on the Supreme Battle Will Pill had been broken. As for the black-white child and Yu Yangzi, they had improved by leaps and bounds. One of them had refined the glass bottle, and the other had refined the mountain-suppressing seal. Then, the 3 of them quietly left the valley, ready to fight for more points, magical treasures, and refining power. In the 4th region. On a spacious plain. Boom. 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 Immortal light flashed, and crimson light filled the sky, burning the plain into lava. Bubbles popped and popped. On the plain, more than 40 immortals were covered in blood and seriously injured. They struggled to hold on. Nearly 100 immortals surrounded the 40 immortals and attacked them with their strongest attacks. In the end, the 40 or so immortals were like flickering oil lamps. One by one, they fell to the ground. Their points, magical treasures, and power of refinement all fell out of them. Roar! Son of the stars! You're ruthless. I'll fight you to the death. The leader of the 40 immortals was hysterical. He suddenly took out a scroll. The scroll depicted a bright moon rising from the sea, and a violent pressure spread in all directions. Immortal tool. Heaven see divine painting. Ha 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 ha. Child's play. The son of the stars' arrogant and invincible voice rang out. In the next moment, he also took out an immortal tool. A Tai Chi painting. A Tai Chi painting rose into the air. The sky darkened. The Tai Chi painting spun. It extinguished everything. Bang! The sea sky godly painting shattered and exploded. The 40 or so immortals were all dead. The battle was over. Hong, a large number of points, magical treasures, and refining power surged into the son of the stars' body. At this moment, the son of the stars floated in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely cold and arrogant, as if he was an invincible monarch. His robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was a mixture of immortal chi, domineering chi, vicious chi, and wild chi. He was truly a dominating figure. He was a figure who ruled over all living beings. At this moment, above the son of the stars, the floating points had reached 500,000. Ha 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 ha. Now, I'm afraid I've already taken first place in the 4th region, haven't I? No one could surpass him. No one can compete with me, the son of stars, the son of stars said arrogantly. Big brother son of the stars is matchless and invincible. Big brother son of the stars will definitely take first place in the 4th region. He proudly entered the arena. There's no suspense. Big brother Xing Chenzi will definitely find countless treasures and fortunes in the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th floors of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Even obtaining the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy is a sure thing. Master Jiao Lanzi? Master Tao Tai? They're all going to be trampled underfoot by Big Brother Master Star. Many of the immortals standing next to Master Xing Chenzi began to flatter him. Ha 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 ha, the son of stars laughed wildly towards the sky. He was extremely proud of himself. Then, all right, the son of the stars said with a wave of his hand. Let's wait until we've killed all the other immortals in the 4th region. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a few colorful round stones appeared in his palm. These are communication spirit stones, the son of the stars said with a smile. I found them among the countless treasures in my Dantian yesterday and refined them. The communication spirit stone is an assistive immortal tool that allows you to communicate with anyone in the 4th region, the son of the star said with a smile. Listen up, the son of the stars said with a smile. Including me, our team has exactly 100 people, and there are only 3,000 immortals left in the 4th region. Now, I'll divide our team into 10 squads, and we'll begin the final sweep of the 4th region. We'll kill all the remaining immortals. The son of the stars began to devise strategies and make arrangements. Some of you have obtained enough refining power and refined some of the magical treasures in your bodies. Therefore, those who have refined magical treasures have outstanding battle prowess and can stand on their own. Apart from me, there are 9 others who have refined the treasures in their bodies. Some of the treasures you've refined can kill 3rd grade true immortals, and some can even kill 4th grade true immortals. You can do whatever you want in the 4th region. The 9 who have refined treasures, step forward. The son of the stars shouted coldly. Immediately, 9 immortals stepped forward. Of the 9 immortals, 8 were men and 1 was a woman, and all of them had accumulated more than 100,000 points. That was especially true of the female immortal, who had 260,000 points. Other than Master Xing Chenzi, she had the most terrifying points in the entire team. Moreover, there was an immortal light that shone brilliantly like a gem circulating around her body. It was obvious that this female celestial had refined some extraordinary immortal artifact or magic treasure. Moreover, the female immortal was extremely charming. Her eyes were as gentle as water, and her figure was curvaceous. She was a stunningly beautiful woman. The son of the stars glanced at the 9 immortals and ordered in an unquestionable tone, each of you will lead 9 immortals and form 9 teams to hunt down immortals. I have great faith in the strength of the 9 of you. I'm sure you'll be able to hold your own. Now, I'll send the communication spirit stones to the 9 of you. If you encounter any danger, you can contact me immediately. However, I don't think you'll run into any trouble. Whoosh. 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 The son of the stars waved his hand, and 9 glittering communication spirit stones flew into the hands of the 9 immortals. After a pause, the son of the stars looked at the charming female immortal. His sharp gaze softened, and a hint of possessiveness could be seen in his eyes. Jiangzi, you'll lead a team as well. The immortal treasures you've refined are enough to kill 4th grade true immortals. In the 4th region, there's probably nothing left. It's enough to pose a threat to you. Yes, Big Brother Star, Jiangzi understands. The female immortal smiled at the son of the stars. Her eyes were seductive and seductive. She was truly a stunner. Moreover, the female immortal did not forget to remind him affectionately. Be careful, Big Brother Star. Ha 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 ha. The son of the stars laughed confidently. Don't worry about me, Jiangzi. I've refined an invincible treasure called the Taiji diagram and a soul-summoning banner. It's a powerful offensive treasure that's on par with the Taiji diagram. With these 2 treasures, I'm the only one who can kill others in the 4th region. There's absolutely no reason for others to kill me, the son of the stars. Yes. The female immortal, Jiangzi, smiled obediently. As for the other immortals, they all looked at Jiangzi with jealousy, but also with some disdain. Jiangzi was not very strong, but her beauty had won the son of the stars' attention. Therefore, in the son of the stars team, Jiangzi always reaped the rewards without putting in any effort. She had many opportunities to kill other immortals with her own hands. In fact, when the other immortals in the son of the stars team severely injured their opponents, they did not have the right to finish them off with their own hands and obtain their opponent's points and power of refinement. Instead, Jiangzi reaped the rewards without putting in any effort and dealt the fatal blow. Many immortals in the son of the stars team secretly disliked Jiangzi. Some even loathed her. However, none of them dared to voice their anger. After all, she was the son of the stars woman and was doted on by the son of the stars. Therefore, no one dared to say anything wrong about her. After making the arrangements, the son of the stars waved his hand. Go. 9 teams, spread out and hunt in different parts of the 4th region. As a result, the 9 leaders each recruited 9 immortals and formed 9 teams of 10. They held communication spirit stones in their hands and flew off in different directions. Only 9 immortals remained by the son of the stars' side. These 9 immortals were the son of the stars' trusted subordinates. Big Brother Stars, a red-clad immortal asked, what's your real purpose in dividing them into 9 teams? The son of the stars murmured, his eyes glinting with a strange light. The 4th region's qualifier has already reached its final stage. The leaders of the 9 teams have refined their treasures and extraordinary combat strength. Let them hunt until they're full and earn a lot of points. Then, the son of the stars' pupils shrank, and his killing intent skyrocketed. When they've earned a lot of points, treasures, and refinement power, I'll personally attack and severely injure them. Then, the 9 of you will kill them and reap great benefits. Of course, I'll kill the 9 leaders. Jiangzi was an exception. Other than Jiangzi, the remaining 89 people were all killed. Ha 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 ha. We'll be the final winners. We've all earned a lot of points and have over 1,000 treasures in our bodies. We'll definitely be in an advantageous position in the arena. The son of the stars laughed heartily. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao means that each region can only have a maximum of 100 people survive. However, only a dozen of us will survive in the 4th region. The rest will all die. All the benefits will be in the hands of the dozen of us. Ahahaha. In the end, the son of the stars laughed wildly. Big Brother Stars, you're truly wise. Yes, what's the point of sharing the benefits with 100 people? It'd be perfect if there were only a dozen people to share the benefits. Ha 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 ha. Of course, we'd be more than satisfied if you could give us a little. We wouldn't dare to ask for more. The 9 immortals behind the Son of the Stars said timidly. It doesn't matter. You'll soon gain the power of refinement and control the powerful immortal treasures in your bodies. The 9 of you are connected to me back in the immortal world. Who else should I take care of if not you? Don't worry. Follow me, and you'll definitely benefit greatly from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The Son of the Stars said with the demeanor of a leader. Then, he said, all right, let's go hunt and kill all the other immortals in the 4th region as soon as possible. To be continued. Chapter 638. Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi, and He He Zi had already arrived at a mountain range. The 3 of them hid on the tallest mountain in the mountain range. They looked toward the eastern horizon. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. The divine eagle's eye between his brows emitted a deep, misty divine light that pierced through nothingness and observed down to the smallest detail. Xiao Han had perfect control over the situation within a 10-mile radius. Xiao Han observed while conversing with Fish Stem and Black and White. Brothers, this mountain range is located in the center of the 4th region. We'll observe from here. I'll spread out my psyche with this place as the center. Once we find any immortal teams, we'll plan how to hunt them down. All right, Brother Xiao Han. We'll do as you say. Fish Stem and Black and White listened to Xiao Han's every word. They would not go against his will. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The 3 of them waited for a few hours on the mountain range, but did not find any immortal teams within a 10-mile radius of the mountain range. Xiao Han even flew out and strolled around the mountain range, expanding the scope of his investigation, but to no avail. Dusk. Heh. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. Big brothers, it looks like there are very few immortals left in the 4th region. Otherwise, it's impossible that we haven't seen a single immortal even after waiting for so long in the throat of the 4th region. That's right. Black and White nodded. It's been more than 10 days since we entered the 4th region. Immortals perished every day. From nearly 40,000 immortals. By now, I'm afraid there won't even be 4,000 left. How tragic. Such intense competition must have caused the surviving immortals to be very cautious. They wouldn't easily expose their whereabouts, said Fish Rib. Pausing for a moment, the fish seedling's eyes lit up. A flash of hatred flashed across his eyes. I wonder how many points Master Xing Qinzi has accumulated by now. He's the leader of the most powerful team in the 4th district, and he slaughters everyone in his path. AI. Brother Su Huizi died at his hands. AI. Brother Fish Stem, don't worry, Xiao Han consoled. There are more than 10 days until the 4th region's preliminaries end. Who will have the last laugh? That's not certain. When we entered the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, I already had a grudge with Xing Qinzi. I've already formed a grudge with Master of Stars, so there's no way Master of Stars will let me off the hook just because we're in the same region. Furthermore, I'll definitely avenge Big Brother Su Huizi. It can be said that my relationship with Master Xing Qinzi is irreconcilable. As he spoke, Xiao Han's psyche swept over. A team of immortals has been discovered. Xiao Han's expression suddenly tensed up. There's a team of immortals about 20 li to our left. Black and White team of immortals. Black and White were in Black and White. But, let's wait. Xiao Han's expression was grave. This team is made up of more than 30 immortals, and the leader has more than 100,000 points hovering above his head. It's clear that he's controlling an immortal weapon. Yes, brothers, let's not act rashly. I'll use my psychic waves to observe this team of immortals. We'll make our move when we're sure and wait for the best opportunity to strike. The 8th region. The 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, the 8th region. The 8th region was different from the 4th region where Xiao Han was. The 8th region was made up of mortals. At this moment, a total of 100 mortals were standing on a giant peak in the middle of the 8th region. Each of these 100 mortals had thousands of points hovering above their heads. Some even had tens of thousands of points. Moreover, each of these 100 mortals had faint immortal light around them. They had obviously refined some kind of immortal artifact. At this moment, among these 100 mortals, the Pure Rain sect master, Wu Lu, his eldest disciple, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and some other elites from Xiao Han's dimension were there. Wu Lu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others' temperament had changed. Compared to when they first entered the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, Wu Lu and the others' temperament was much more outstanding. Moreover, their true qi cultivation was more condensed, as if their true qi was about to evolve into immortal qi. It seemed that in the battles and competitions in the 8th region, Wu Lu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others had benefited a lot and made great progress. Mingqiu, we finally ended the 8th region qualifier. Tens of thousands of mortals fought and killed each other. In the end, only the 10 of us were left. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Sect Master, this experience has transformed our souls. Not only have we obtained some immortal artifacts, but we have also made great progress, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. I believe that in less than 10 years, we may all usher in the immortal tribulation. Once we pass it, we can ascend and become immortals. Wu Lu also nodded with great certainty. Immediately, his expression changed slightly and he blurted out. I wonder how Xiao Han is now. At the mention of Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and some of the mortals from Xiao Han's dimension gathered together with a face full of concern. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, an elder from the Monster Hero Tower from Xiao Han's dimension laughed loudly. Everyone, why do we need to worry about Leader Xiao Han? Think about it, Leader Xiao Han is a mortal after all. He must be in the same region as the other mortals. In this world, there are countless mortal planes. Any mortal who meets Leader Xiao Han will be instantly killed. Therefore, Leader Xiao Han must have already distinguished himself from the preliminaries and entered the arena competition. Hearing this, Wu Lu and the others nodded. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han doesn't need to be like us. He can break through the encirclement with his own ability. Dongfang Qin laughed involuntarily. One should know that the reason why Wu Lu and the others could fight their way out of the 8th region was because of their own strength and talent. On one hand, it was because of their own strength and talent. Among the mortals, they were not ordinary. On the other hand, a large group of mortals from Xiao Han's dimension had been teleported to the 8th region, so everyone could quickly form a team. On the other hand, the mortals in this region all knew that Wu Lu and the others were from Xiao Han's dimension. Therefore, some of the real mortal experts in this region seemed to be trying to please Xiao Han. Therefore, they took the initiative to form a team with Wu Lu and the others. We should be able to meet Xiao Han in a while. Fang Ling smiled. At this moment, a trace of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense resounded in the 8th region. Oh, mortals of the 8th region, you have finally completed the qualifier and produced 100 precious places to enter the arena. Ha 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 ha. How about it? Tens of thousands of people are fighting each other. In the end, only 100 people are left. Not bad at all. Although this qualifier is extremely cruel, but the 100 of you who survive will definitely benefit a lot. It is very likely that all of you have refined some treasures, right? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, all of you are only one step away from immortal ascension, right? Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'll teleport all of you out now. Next, each of the 10 regions will have 100 places. There will be a total of 1,000 people who will participate in the arena. You 100 mortals should think about it carefully and see if you want to participate in the arena. As soon as he finished his words, a giant teleportation formation directly enveloped the 8th region. Time flies. Wu Lu and the other 100 mortals were teleported out. Outside. At this moment, Wu Lu and the others found themselves teleported to a platform. There were a total of 10 platforms floating in the void. Below the platforms was a misty fog that seemed to be an endless abyss. Looking into it, it made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, of these 10 platforms, 7 were already filled with people, be they mortals or immortals. On each platform, there were exactly 100 people, no more, no less. Above everyone's head floated a large number of points. Above the heads of mortals, there were usually tens of thousands of points. Above the heads of immortals, there were at most hundreds of thousands, and at least 100,000. Moreover, regardless of whether they were mortals or immortals, there was an immortal artifact's light circulating around their bodies. Boom, the 8th platform shook, and the misty light intertwined. In the next moment, 100 immortals had already appeared on the 8th platform. Among the 100 immortals, the one with the most ancient temperament was none other than Jiao Lanzi. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi's entire body was brimming with immortal qi. His entire aura was even more noble than before he entered the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Moreover, there were traces of extremely powerful immortal artifact fluctuations flowing around his body. Clearly, he had refined one, or even several extremely terrifying immortal artifacts. Above Jiao Lanzi's head floated a total of 640,000 points. The immortals standing by Jiao Lanzi's side were all extremely respectful and submissive to him. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi was teleported out and arrived on the platform. Then, his gaze swept around. When he saw Wu Lu and the others, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately sent a voice transmission. Sect Leader Wu, you guys also passed the preliminaries? Congratulations, congratulations. It turned out that the 10 platforms represented the 10 regions of the preliminaries. After the competition in each region ended and 100 people were born, these 100 people would be teleported out and stand on the platforms. At this moment, there were a total of 8 platforms with 100 people standing on them. This meant that out of the 10 regions of the preliminaries, a total of 8 regions had already given birth to people who could enter the arena. When Wu Lu received Jiao Lanzi's soul transmission, he immediately swept his gaze over and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Jiao Lanzi, TSK, your temperament has undergone a transformation. I can feel that the immortal aura emanating from your body has become purer and purer. It seems that there are immortal talismans revolving around your body at all times. Brother Jiao Lanzi, we only fought our way out of the mortal region, but you are competing with immortals. The difficulty we face is incomparable, ha 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 ha. Likewise, it took me a lot of effort to enter the final arena, Jiao Lanzi said with a laugh. Then, Jiao Lanzi asked directly, right, where is Brother Shao? Sect Leader Wu, is Brother Shao not in the same region as you? Shao Han is not in the same region as us, Wu Lu answered immediately. Then, he quickly observed the people on the 8 platforms, trying to find Shao Han. Jiao Lanzi also immediately began to observe. However, neither Wu Lu nor Jiao Lanzi could find Shao Han on any of the platforms. Brother Shao seems to have not fought his way out of the preliminaries, Jiao Lanzi said immediately. However, at this moment, Shao Mingchu cried out in alarm. Sect Leader. Something's not right. Wu Lu seemed to have noticed something. Sect Leader, the 10 platforms belong to 10 regions. Mortals are in one region, and immortals are in another. The number of mortals and immortals who entered the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is roughly the same. In other words, mortals occupy 5 of the 10 regions, and immortals occupy the other 5 regions. And now, of the 8 regions and 8 platforms that have been decided, 5 of the platforms are filled with mortals. Only 3 platforms are occupied by immortals, and the remaining 2 platforms have yet to be decided. However, these 2 platforms should belong to immortals. At this moment, junior brother Shao Han has not appeared on the 8 platforms that have been decided. In other words, junior brother Shao Han, on the other side, Jiao Lanzi also saw the clues and said in a hoarse voice. Could it be that brother Shao and the immortals are in the same region? Brother Shao did not enter the mortal region? To be continued, you. Chapter 639. In an instant, Wu Bai, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, as well as Jia Lanzi, were all shocked. Xiao Han didn't appear on one of the 8 platforms, so there were only 2 possibilities. 1. Xiao Han died in one of the 8 regions, and didn't get the final victory and enter the arena. 2. Xiao Han was placed in the remaining 2 regions that originally belonged to immortals. For the time being, these 2 regions had yet to be decided. All of a sudden, Wu Hao and Jia Lanzi became nervous. With Brother Zhao's strength, it is impossible for anything to happen to him if he is placed in the ordinary area. It must be. Jia Lanzi looked at the 2 empty platforms and transmitted his voice to Wu Yu. I think Brother Xiao is in the same area as the immortals, competing for the 100 spots to enter the arena. After he finished speaking, Jia Lanzi himself was shocked. Brother Xiao is just a mortal, but he actually wants to compete with immortals. In other words, Brother Xiao is going to fight with tens of thousands of immortals. The scene of Xiao Han fighting with tens of thousands of immortals appeared in the minds of Wu Yi, Xiao Mingchu, and the others. Their scalps went numb, and they were too stunned to speak. At the same time, Xiao Han's 5 alien slaves, as well as Yan Lang, were standing on a platform reserved for mortals. They had also emerged victorious in the preliminaries and obtained a spot in the top 100. At this moment, they had also discovered Xiao Han's subtlety. Yan Lang also transmitted his voice to Wu Yu and Jia Lanzi. Immortal Jia Lanzi, Sect Master Wu, don't worry. My master will definitely overcome everything. Moreover, I can be sure of one thing. My master is not dead, he is still alive. Oh. Crow understood the relationship between Xiao Han and Yan Lang. This master-servant relationship was related to their souls. No matter what plane Xiao Han was in, or what spacetime it was, Xiao Han's life or death was. He could always be sensed by his servants. Hearing Yan Lang's words, Wu Li and Jia Lanzi heaved a sigh of relief and turned their gazes to the 2 empty platforms. The 4th zone. At this moment, in the middle of the mountain range in the 4th district, Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi all stood up. His expression was also extremely grave and stern. At the center of Xiao Han's brows, the eye of the divine eagle emitted a piercing light. This allowed Xiao Han to clearly see everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A team of immortals had appeared within Xiao Han's detection range. However, Xiao Han wasn't reckless. He wasn't in a rush to kill them. After all, the team was made up of over 30 immortals. It was a rather large number. Moreover, the leader of the team had clearly refined an immortal artifact. His strength was not to be underestimated. Big Brother Fish Rib, Big Brother Black and White, although we are eager to hunt, we have to consider everything before we act, in case we fail miserably. Xiao Han said cautiously. Yes. Fish Cripple and Black and White nodded at the same time. Xiao Han pondered for a few breaths before replying. Of course. We've been waiting for half a day now, and finally, a team of immortals has shown up. There's no way we're going to let this opportunity slip by. Big brothers, let's sneak up on them and ambush them together. The 2 brothers took out their magic treasures and directly attacked the leader of the team. His underlings were also assisting from the side. As long as we kill the leader who refined an immortal artifact, the rest of the immortals will be easy to deal with. All right. What a brilliant plan. Capture the leader. Black and White cheered loudly. After the discussion, Xiao Han, Black and White, and Fish Rib left the mountain range and flew in the direction of the team of immortals. Step by step, they slowly approached the team of immortals. 20 li. 15 li. 12 li. However, just as Xiao Han's group was 8 li away from the team of immortals, something strange happened. Xiao Han's psyche suddenly trembled. Boom! Another team of immortals had appeared within Xiao Han's detection range. This team of immortals only had 10 people, but all of them had domineering expressions and an extremely arrogant aura. They were facing off against the team of over 30 immortals. The atmosphere on the other side suddenly became tense and intense. Wait! Xiao Han immediately waved his hand and stopped in his tracks. Black and White and Fish Rib were stunned. Brother Xiao Han, what's going on? Something strange has happened. Xiao Han's psyche locked onto the situation. Another team of immortals has appeared. There are 10 of them, but they're extremely arrogant. Xiao Han couldn't help but lick his lips. Heh! 2 big brothers, today, our chance has come. The sudden appearance of another team of immortals didn't scare Xiao Han. Instead, it excited him. Big brothers, we're going to get a lot more points, magic treasures, and refining power. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, we can be fishermen who reap the benefits of others in peace. Xiao Han laughed. Brother Xiao Han, you mean to wait for the 2 teams of immortals to kill each other? It'd be best if they turn the world upside down and become a bloody mess. Then, we can. Hee hee. Fish Rib couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's get closer slowly. Xiao Han slowed down and gradually approached the 2 teams of immortals. At the same time, Xiao Han kept an eye on the situation over there. Ha 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 everyone, let's stop here, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the leader of the team of 10, a peerlessly enchanting and extraordinarily beautiful woman, let out a lovely laughter that was like the sound of a silver bell. Her appearance was mesmerizing. There were 260,000 points hovering above her head, and her entire body shone with the aura of a peerless celestial weapon. The 9 immortals under her command were fearless. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. The leader of the team of 10 was none other than the female celestial, Jiang Zi. She was Xing Qinzi's lover. The leader of the team of more than 30 immortals, a round-faced, dark-skinned male celestial, stepped forward. There were more than 100,000 points hovering above his head, and he emitted the aura of someone who had refined a celestial weapon. However, the aura of his celestial weapon was far inferior to Jiang Zi's. In other words, the quality of the celestial weapon that the round-faced celestial had refined was definitely inferior to Jiang Zi. Therefore, although the round-faced celestial had an advantage in terms of numbers, he was still wary. He said with an ingratiating smile. Everyone, the 4th area will produce a total of 100 people who will enter the arena. Therefore, we don't have to fight to the death. Since we've met, why don't we call it quits? Let's give each other some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Ha 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 ha. The immortals behind Jiang Zi laughed mockingly when they heard this. Hee hee hee, how childish. Crimson Purple's lips parted slightly, and then she murmured. There are more than 30 immortals, and the leader has more than 100,000 points. This is my opportunity. As long as I get rid of all of you, I should be able to rank among the top in terms of points. Moreover, the number of celestial weapons I'll obtain is uncountable. Don't be so overbearing. The round-faced celestial was enraged when he heard Jiang Zi's words. You vicious woman, you're too bloodthirsty. Yes, you must have refined a high-grade celestial weapon. However, there are only 10 of you, and we have several times more people than you. If we really fight, it'll be a lose-lose situation. Do you think you'll have an advantage? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Zi laughed sheepishly. A bunch of idiots. She said in a seemingly gentle voice as she flipped her right hand, and a communication spirit stone appeared in her palm. I'll let you die in peace. We're Big Brother Xing Qinzi's people. Ha ha ha. We'll control all the spots in the 4th area. The other immortals will all die. What? The son of Xing Qinzi's team? The round-faced immortal's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with fear. The son of Xing Qinzi's team? On the other side, Xiao Han clearly heard the conversation between Jiang Zi and the round-faced immortal. At this moment, Xiao Han, Black White, and Yu Yangzi were less than 4 li away from Jiang Zi and the other immortals. Big Brother Yu Yangzi, Big Brother Black-White, let's stop here. If we get any closer, they'll discover us. At this distance, they won't be able to detect our presence and whereabouts no matter what. Heh, I didn't expect you to be the son of Xingqianzi's men. Then, kill. Xiao Han's killing intent exploded out of him. Let's get back some interest for Big Brother Su Huizi first. The son of Xingqianzi's team? Black-White and Yu Yangzi were infuriated. They're about to fight. When they're excited, we'll make a sudden move. Big brothers, use your immortal artifacts to deal with the other immortals. As for the female immortal and the leader of the son of Xingqianzi's team, I'll kill them myself. Xiao Han said coldly. The round-faced immortal was caught between a rock and a hard place. He knew how powerful the sons of the stars were. Now that a battle was unavoidable, the round-faced immortal ordered the immortals under his command through spiritual voice transmission, attack. Kill all of these people. Leave none alive. At the same time, Jiang Zi ordered her subordinates to attack. Moreover, she had activated the communication spirit stone so that the son of Xingqianzi could know her current situation. That way, if Jiang Zi was injured and forced to flee, the son of Xingqianzi would be able to know her situation and rescue her as soon as possible. Jiang Zi was a meticulous person. Her plans were flawless. Hundreds of li away, the son of Xingqianzi led 9 immortals in a sweep of the area. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, and the communication spirit stone in his palm flashed and transmitted some information. Oh. Jiang Zi encountered a team of immortals, and she's about to fight them? The son of Xingqianzi smiled. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.